Say. Hey. Hey. Say. Hey. Hey. Sinyal geliyor mu şu an? Geliyor değil mi? Tamam. Test. Hey, hey, hey. Tamam. Say.
1-2 ses deneme. 1-2-3-4 ses. Ses. Okay. Dear Deputy Ministry of Treasury and Finance of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Osman Çelik, Dear President of Finance Office of Presidency of the Republic of Turkey, Professor Dr. Göksel Aşan, Dear Chairman of the Capital Markets Board of Turkey, Mr. İbrahim Ömer Gönül, Dear President of Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, Mr. Abdullah Cafer Abdin, Dear Chairman of the World Forum of CSDs, Mr. Yedil Mado, distinguished guests and honourable members of financial markets from over 40 countries across Eurasia, Africa and the Middle East, welcome to the AECSD and AMEDA İstanbul Summit 2024 and the Istanbul Financial Centre. This unique summit bridges markets and continents just as Istanbul does. Now, firstly, we have a 3-minute video that we'd like to share with you this morning, displaying details about the summit. So once again, a warm welcome to you all. Up next on the program, we have opening remarks from our guests. Now first, I would like to invite onto our stage CEO and board member of MKK and AECSD Chairman, Dr. Ekrem Arıkan.
Dear Minister, dear Chairman of the Capital Markets Board of Turkey, dear President of Finance Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey, dear President of AMEDA, dear Chairman of WFC, dear Executive Director of AECSD, honored Presidents, General Managers, executives and representatives from more than 40 countries of AECSD and AMEDA countries. Distinguished guests from all other regions, countries, and also from Turkey, and valuable members of the press. It's my pleasure to welcome you here to the AECSD and AMEDA Istanbul Summit 2024. MKK, as the Central Securities Depository of Trade and Trade Depository of Turkey, we are honored to host you at the Istanbul Financial Center. Actually, we finished our internal meetings yesterday in the Borsa Istanbul group premises, and we are now showing you another center of Turkish financial markets. Istanbul is bridging continents and also markets. With this summit, we are bringing together all CSDs and also relevant companies from Eurasia, Africa, and the Middle East. I would like to emphasize our roles as CSDs, and just to summary for all audiences, it will be useful to mention about the target of this summit. Replacing physical certificates with digital records has been one of the most transformative innovations in the financial industry. This increased investor confidence and also enhanced efficiency, transparency, and accessibility of the markets. CSD companies had their own journeys in their countries. I would like to shortly mention the development of MKK and the CSD business in Turkey, and point out the roles and come up our global vision. Dear participants, depository services are at the core of our business. MKK established in year 2001 and started to operate end-to-end in year 2005. During years, we diversified capital market instruments, also integrations. Today, we even offer also access to international clients through omnibus accounts. And we have direct links. Euroclear is the member of MKK. We have also links with Azerbaijan, which is a member of AECSD, and also we are working together with Kazakhstan for similar link. By years, we had new responsibilities under depository services. In year 2012, MKK has been electronic register center for commodity markets to keep e-warehouse receipts. Today, the storage capacity for 17 types of agricultural products reached to 12 million tons and across 222 licensed warehouses. In year 2020, our depository service have started to also give service for crowdfunding system in Turkey. Today, the total funds raised over 1 billion Turkish liras, and the number of registered companies has grown to 140. Since year 2021, our responsibilities have expanded with bearer shares registry system, even for non-public joint stock companies, for thousands of companies actually. Today, in line with Capital Markets Board's ongoing regulations, MKK appears set to take also a new role, even in reporting crypto assets. I prefer to mention also another important service group of MKK, which is data services and trade repository. We live in data age, all of us know. Sharing information on time, accurate and comprehensive is critical for decision making and also, of course, risk management. Our motto is data to information and information to strategy. With this vision, we developed data analysis platform to share public data to public. It improved deeper analysis of the market and also financial literacy. We continue to develop new innovative data products and also indices. We are serving the REX index for the risk tendency of the market and the product Pusula, for example, Compass, for financial intermediary companies. In year 2015, MKK became the trade repository in Turkey. Initially, we built the system for derivative markets. Then we improved by adding critical functions according to local needs, like investor risk monitoring system. Today, we are working to build capital markets risk center to enhance capabilities in systemic risk monitoring. MKK provides products to improve corporate governance practices. Dear audiences, corporate governance solutions are another important service family of MKK. All of us know sustainability is the hot topic in global markets, and it includes corporate governance requirements. The most important corporate governance product of MKK is very known in Turkey. It's public disclosure platform, CAP, we call it, which has almost 4,000 members, including listed companies, intermediary institutions, portfolio management companies, and funds. It provides complete, timely, and reliable information on markets, ensuring transparency. Our e-voting solutions has great benefits of sustainability and corporate governance maturity. Since year 2012, e-general meeting system allows joint stock companies in Turkey to conduct general meetings in digital environments. It has been examined in many international studies. Also, this year, peer-reviewed on-site by OECD representatives as a best practice, one of the best practices in the world. Since year 2017, we have been proud to collaborate with other countries by implementing e-general meeting solution. By the way, thanks to Indonesia, we have a good collaboration as an example with them. Similarly, our electronic board of directors system enables companies to conduct their board processes in a secure and efficient manner, thereby raising corporate governance maturity. And hundreds of companies in Turkey are using this system. The fourth service family is our investor services. As of today, we keep the records of approximately 36 million registered investors and almost 11 million investors with balance. The current number of direct equity investors with balance is more than 7 million today. And for 569 listed companies in equity market. These are just very simple examples of data we keep and analyze, actually. MKK keeps investor-based data securely and structured, even with demographic details. And we can deep analyze to report for any need. Investors can also obtain consolidated data of their financial assets registered or at MKK with e-investor solution from a single point. The fifth and the global vision of MKK is improving relations and collaborations to develop all together. Over the time, MKK transformed into financial technology and infrastructure company. In year 2013, our R&D center approved as the first in capital markets of Turkey. We have successfully completed significant innovations in our markets. We are developing new solutions in our R&D center to meet diverse needs of markets, regulators, and both domestically and globally. MKK has signed MOU agreements with 20 foreign CSDs. We are a member of AECSD and AMEDA as we combined with this summit, and also we are a member also Asia Pacific CSD Group, European CSD Association, International Security Services Association, and active participant of World Forum of CSDs. I'm happy to announce that in year 2026, we will be hosting the Asia Pacific CSD Group annual meeting in Istanbul, and this time we will be bridging again AECSD and ACG regions with that meeting. Dear summit participants, now turning attention to our regions and the summit. I would like to point out that MKK is the only member of both regions. We are just in the intersection of several regions. During AECSD term chair, we tried to strengthen communications between regions and countries. AECSD was established in year 2004 and today covers 15 member countries. This year we are welcoming Indonesia also as a new member. AMEDA was established in year 2005 and today operates with 30 member countries. These associations cover nearly half of the world's population and significant portion of the global market, with the combined market volume 16 trillion US dollars and almost 11,000 publicly traded companies. The emerging markets within this area offer opportunities. We will witness the signing of MOU agreements and facilitate bilateral meetings between member countries to improve deeper collaboration. We believe discussions at this summit will significantly contribute to regional economic development. Before concluding my words, I would like to mention a sincere hope. We wish the groups who do not recognize human rights, legal rules, and state behaves will be stopped by necessary international measures. We believe with such reactions, real peace could be possible and stronger cooperation would be carried forward in a stable economic environment in our regions. As I conclude my words, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Deputy Minister of Treasury and Finance of the Republic of Turkey, dear Osman Çelik, dear esteemed chairpersons, presidents, executives, and our distinguished guests, and all our participants who have traveled afar to be part of this program, embodying our vision of bridging markets, bridging continents. I also extend my thanks to our panelists, speakers, and the entire MKK family for their efforts, actually for their great efforts, in preparing this event, and our esteemed sponsors for their valuable supports. Thanks for your valuable participation. I extend my warmest regards.
Thank you to Dr. Ekrem Arıkan for his opening speech. And now I would like to invite our next participant, Mr. Abdullah Jafer Abdin, the President of AMEDA, Vice Chairman of WFC, COO Bahrain Clear.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to thank MKK, Dr. Ekrem for hosting this significant event and for his commitment and dedication to advancing our industry. An event like this doesn't come together overnight. That's why I also want to express my deepest gratitude to the team who coordinated this extraordinary event over several nights and months under the leadership of Dr. Ekrem. This conference is extremely important as it brings together key stakeholders from Eurasia, Africa, and Middle East to discuss the future of our capital markets in general and CSD in particular. The role of Center Securities Deposits is vital in ensuring the efficiency, security, and transparency of these markets. As we navigate the complexities of a rapidly changing financial landscape, our collective insights and collaborations will be crucial in building resilience and inclusive capital markets. This kind of conferences will provide a unique platform for sharing knowledge, exchanging ideas, and forming partnerships that will drive innovation and growth in our industry. By uniting, we can tackle common challenges, explore new opportunities, and work towards a shared vision for the future. I'm grateful for the presence of so many of you all here today. You all represent what is the best in the capital markets industry. I extend my gratitude once again to MKK, the attendees, and Dr. Ikram for their contributions to making this summit a reality. I'm confident that our discussions today and tomorrow will result in a meaningful outcomes and clearing the way for a brighter future for our capital markets in general and CSD in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah Jafer Abdin, for his opening remarks. And next up, I would like to invite Yedil Medo, Chairman of World Forum of CSDs, Deputy Chairman, Kazakhstan Central Securities Depository.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it's my great privilege to address you all today. Firstly, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Merkazi Kayıt Kuruluşu, as well as the secretariats of AECSD and AMEDA for organizing this exceptional event. Seeing so many esteemed representatives from Central Securities Depository across Eurasia, Africa, and Middle East underscores the critical importance of collaboration as we move forward in the future of our financial markets. These days, we found ourselves at a pivotal moment, facing a range of complex challenges and risks within the financial infrastructure landscape. The rapid pace of digital transformation, increasing regulatory requirements, and evolving market conditions are all putting pressures on CSD to adapt quickly. Cybersecurity threats, for instance, pose significant risks on the integrity of financial systems, requiring constant vigilance and innovation to safeguard our networks. Additionally, the global shifts towards sustainable finance brings about both opportunities and regulatory complexities, and CSDs must navigate with care. Another challenge that cannot be overlooked is the fragmentation of post-trade processes across the various regions. This often creates inefficiencies and barriers to cross-border investment flows, hindering our main goal of building interconnected global markets. As the custodian of financial instruments and settlement infrastructures, we are at the center of efforts to streamline these processes and promote greater market efficiency. However, despite these challenges, there is a powerful solution at our disposal. It is collaboration. By working together, sharing knowledges, and pooling our resources, we can address these risks head-on. Regional collaboration and the alignment of our system can enhance our resilience and help us stay ahead of emerging threats. Collaboration between CSDs will not only mitigate risks, but also unlock new opportunities for growth and innovation. Last year, Kazakhstan had the honor to be selected as the venue for the next World Forum of Central Securities Depository. And Kazakhstan Central Securities has been elected as a host organization. I had the privilege of being elected as a chair of the WFC board, and I am committed to fostering closer ties between region and CSD associations. We will continue to lead initiatives that bridge markets and promote deeper collaboration across the continents. Next year, WFC in Almaty will serve as a critical platform for discussing many of these pressing issues, from strengthening of post-trade infrastructure and addressing cybersecurity risks, to exploring the vast potential of digital innovations. I urge each of you actively participate in these discussions, and I encourage you to nominate speakers from your organizations to share their valuable insights and experiences. As we move forward, it is our shared commitment to collaboration, innovation, and resilience that will determine our future of financial markets. Together, we can navigate the challenges ahead and ensure that our systems remain robust and adaptable in ever-changing world. Thank you all, and I look forward to fruitful discussion and partnerships that will emerge from this summit.
Thank you, Mr. Yedilmedo, for his opening speech. And next up, I'd like to invite Mr. İbrahim Ömer Gönül, Chairman of Capital Markets Board of Turkey, for his opening remarks.
Honorable Minister, honored presidents, general managers, distinguished guests, and members of the press. Today, we are happy to meet you, our valuable guests, at the Istanbul Summit. Welcome to Istanbul, which has a great historical and geographical importance. Turkey is in solid cooperation with Eurasia, Africa, and Middle East countries, guided by the common understanding both in terms of economy and country relations. We are strongly interested in deepening these relations even further. At this summit, we will evaluate the activities of central depository institutions, one of the most essential market structures within the framework of fintech developments. We will also have the opportunity to discuss the latest considerations that have to come to forefront in the solid and silent structures of CSDs. First of all, I would like to share some information about the size of the capital markets in our country. In the last few years, the capital markets in our country have reached the highest levels in history in terms of the number of companies offered in the public and the amount of funds provided from the market of the investors. In 2021, 52 companies, 2022, 4 companies, and in 2023, 54 companies started trading on the stock exchange for the first time. In last year, 3-year period, 146 companies that went public obtained a total of 120 billion TLs in funds from the market. While the number of investors on the stock exchange reached the historical peaks by reaching 8.7 million during this period. CMB has the 624 public companies in its area of responsibility and duty. There have also been significant changes in recent years in terms of the number of institutional investors, portfolio management companies, and fund sizes. Currently, 65 portfolio management companies manage funds of 4.9 trillion TLs. As the CMB, the regulatory and the supervisory authority of Turkish capital markets, I would like to briefly touch upon the central depository structure in our country and to place the CMB in the market. Our capital market law requires the issuance of capital market instruments in dematerialized from the monitoring them on the rightful of the basis. CMB does its part in both regulatory and supervisory sides. It contributes to the market by considering priorities such as protecting the rights of interests of investors, ensuring the continuity of the market's infrastructure institutions, and increasing their resilience against risks. At this point, MKK meets the custody needs of foreign investors with mutual accounts open at international central depository institutions and offers technology based on tools such as A-Investor and investor risk tracking system where they can follow the positions and risks in the market. Dear guests, we are into the 2nd century of Turkish Republic. We continue to keep the capital markets legislation up to the date with new regulations in a way that reflects international development themes such as financial technologies. Green and sustainable finance constitute our priority areas. The rapid growth of our capital markets in recent years further increases our responsibility as a regulator. We continue to work by taking into account the suggestions from our stakeholders on this issue. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to the organization of the summit and hope that this result will be fruitful and for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Ibrahim Ömer Gönül for his opening remarks. Up next, we have Mr. Osman Çelik, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance of the Republic of Turkey, for his opening remarks.
Dear esteemed executive participants and distinguished guests from Turkey and international financial institutions, welcome to this magnificent city, Istanbul, a bridge between Asia and Europe. Welcome to a unique summit. I greet each and every one of you with respect. It's a pleasure for me getting together with you, especially here at the Istanbul Financial Center. Eurasia, Africa, and the Middle East, which have experienced the most economic interactions among themselves through history. And they come together in Turkey as the closest common location to each other. The AECSD and the AMEDA İstanbul Summit 2024 will explore emerging technologies and the future opportunities in capital markets, promoting collaboration among the member institutions. Key focus areas include capital market operations, financial technologies, information security, and risk management. Distinguished guests, before going into today's topic, I would like to give you an overview of Turkey's economy and the capital market. Our economic program aims to reduce inflation, rebalance growth, maintain the fiscal discipline, and strengthen the macro-financial stability. For this purpose, we are implementing monetary, fiscal, and income policy in a coordinated approach. On the monetary policy side, a gradual monetary tightening process supported by selective credit and quantitative tightening is ongoing. On the fiscal side, we introduced new measures to increase public revenues and rationalize the public expenditure, excluding the earthquake-related spending. On top of those structural reforms are the core of our program. We aim to strengthen investment, enhance the exports, promote high-value production, and elevate the productivity. The positive results of our program are reflected in declining country risk premium. By the way, we are the only country to receive a rating upgrade from major credit rating agencies in 2024. And also higher capital inflows, lower current account deficit, and increasing the reserves. In addition, we are glad to see that inflation began to decelerate in recent months. And recently, the latest inflation figure was announced. It was less than 50% and 48%. And our aim, our target to decrease the inflation about 41% at the end of this year. And recently, we have announced a medium-term program outlining the Turkey's 3-year economic roadmap. The MTP aims to sustain macroeconomic stability, and enhance the research and development and innovation, support the transition to a green and a digital economy, strengthen the human capital, active labor market, and improve the business environment. The Turkish economy grew by 5.1% in 2023. In the first half of this year, growth realized as the 3.8%, with a significant improvement in composition. Growth is expected to be 3.5% in 2024, with a gradual increase projected for the program period and targeting 5% by 2027. National income is projected to rise from $1.3 trillion this year to $1.8 trillion by 2027. And per capita income, which was $13.2 thousand last year, is expected to increase to $15.5 thousand this year and to reach $20.4 thousand by 2027. Annual inflation, after peaking in May as projected, began to decline in June, and inflation is expected to fall to 41.5% by the end of this year, and 70.5% in 2025, and 7% by 2017. Despite challenges in external demand and the effects of the earthquakes in 2023, export exceed the previous MTB estimates. Strong export performance continued in this year, and with 12-month rolling export reaching $262 billion by August. And the trade deficit improved by $27.7 billion year to date. And through support by tourism, we expect the current account deficit to GDP ratio to decrease 1.7% in 2024, and from which was 4% in 2023. A permanent improvement in the current account balance is targeted through policies that focus on increasing the value-added production and expanding domestic and renewable energy resources. Additionally, HIT 30 high-tech investment program and the Turkey's international direct investment strategy documents are announced aiming to position Turkey as hub for high-tech investment and increase its share in global direct investment flow. I would like to emphasize that we are determined to maintain fiscal discipline. In 2023, despite earthquake-related expenditures, budget deficit was 5.2% of GDP, below the previous MTP estimates of the 6.4%. To support the disinflation and channel more resources into competitiveness-boosting investment, public savings and the efficiency package was introduced in May 2024, and fighting against informality is also a prominent aspect of the economic program in increasing the revenues. Thus, we expect the budget deficit to GDP to decline 4.9% in this year and 2.5% by the end of the program period. Distinguished participants, our capital market is one of the sectors that is open to improvement with its legal framework in line with international norms, a solid institutional infrastructure, a qualified workforce, and widespread use of advanced technology. Today, according to MKK's capital markets data, nearly 36 million registered investors and almost 11 million investors with balances participate in Turkish investor ecosystem. MKK's ability to scale its operations amid rising investor participation not only supports market liquidity, but also reinforces investor trust. A healthy and strong relationship between financial market and the real sector is one of the key elements in ensuring sustainable economic growth. Therefore, we are determinedly working for the development of the capital and the finance sector on solid foundations. In recent years, we have seen that our companies have become more concerned about the importance of being traded on the stock exchange, and the number of public offerings has increased rapidly. The number of our publicly traded companies is also increasing, as is the increase in the number of investors. Turkish capital markets are developing further with foreign integrations and the financial product diversity. In this way, the deepening of the market and the spread of the capital base have been achieved in terms of financial inclusion. To ensure the ongoing development of capital markets in Turkey, steps will be taken under the MTP to facilitate access to finance for real sector companies and diversify funding sources. With the development of alternative financial instruments, it is aimed to expand the investor base and increase the savings. New regulation will be introduced in capital markets in line with international standards, with a focus on sustainability-based reporting and the management principle. The capacity for oversight will be enhanced and the market efficiency strengthened through more widespread use of advanced technologies. Additionally, raising the awareness of our investors, improving the investment environment, and growing the ecosystem will only be possible with the joint actions of all financial institutions. We are working together to increase the financial literacy across our entire society. Through these efforts, we aim to increase the number of qualified and informed investors in our country and ensure the safe growth of our markets. The reports and the disclosures provided to the public by depository institutions and the distributors help investors better understand the financial instruments. Distinguished guests, if we return to today's topic, as we are all fully aware of, central security depositors, CSDs, play the role of trust factor in capital market. The growth of SCDs relies on adherence to international standards and promote of public interest like financial stability and the market development. The financial sector, which is at the forefront of digitalization, sustainability, and the corporate governance solutions, is making the most intensive efforts and innovations in the field of central securities depository. In this way, CSD's ecosystem facilitates the acceleration of financial technology and infrastructure, and it is an indispensable role in the financial development of nations keep growing. Beyond this core function, CSDs play an important role in corporate governance and the data services, ensuring compliance with regulatory changes and increasing market transparency and security. CSDs in the world are crucial for the effective operation of global markets, providing centralized clearing, settlement, and depository services. They support market liquidity, reduce cost, and minimize the risks. In addition to their operational responsibilities, CSDs maintain records of securities ownership, facilitate corporate action, and ensure investor protection. Their public function is closely monitored by authorities to ensure financial stability. CSDs are also integral in government debt management and the monetary policy, as they issue and deposit the securities, ensuring the efficiency of the financial system. Initially established to immobilize the physical securities, CSDs have evolved into key institutions handling vast volume of transactions across financial markets. Classified as financial market infrastructures, CSDs simplify post-trade process, significantly reducing settlement risk and improving market efficiency. Public authorities have a vested interest in ensuring the CSDs operate safely and efficiently, as their performance directly impacts the market confidence and stability of the financial system. Distinguished guests, before ending my speech, I would like to mention some of the services of MKK. In addition to their classical role, MKK also has innovative solutions that enhance the efficiency and the security of our market. MKK managed the Public Disclosure Platform, PDP, for secure, real-time disclosure of notifications by companies. It is important for enhancing transparency and the trust in the financial system in Turkish market. Additional services, including the Electronic General Meeting System, EGM, and the Electronic Board of Directors System, EBDS, are other samples of innovative fintech solutions to improve the corporate governance level of our companies. Distinguished guests, in the changing financial landscape, regional collaboration between market infrastructures, particularly among the CSDs of Eurasia, the Middle East, and Africa, is increasing its importance. Our regions share common challenges, such as technological transformation, regulatory changes, and the need for enhanced market integration. By working together, we can create a more unified approach to addressing these challenges, fostering a more robust and resilient financial market infrastructures. Regional partnerships also provide invaluable opportunities for knowledge sharing and capacity building. By learning from each other's experience and adopting best practices, we can drive innovation and operational efficiency across our markets. This collective progress not only strengthens each of our domestic markets, but also contributes to building a more integrated and stable capital market ecosystem, advancing economic growth across the entire region. In order to successfully meet the increasing investor interest in the capital markets and to provide the technical infrastructure required by the markets, our relevant institutions continue to work with great commitment and strong cooperation. I believe that AECSD and the AMEDA İstanbul Summit 2024 is invaluable, as it will strengthen regional integration as it brings together participants from leading financial markets in Eurasia, Africa, and the Middle East. It's a pleasure for me to see the participants from more than 40 countries. Additionally, I believe that this summit will make a great contribution to our Istanbul Finance Center vision. The prospect of hosting such a significant gathering in Istanbul Finance Center fills us with anticipation and excitement. Lastly, I would like to give my special thanks to the chairman of the AECSD, Dr. Ekrem Arıkan, who is the CEO and the board member of MKK, for the great effort in bringing together these two esteemed associations in Istanbul. And I would like also express my special thanks to Mr. Abdullah Jafar Abdin, President of AMEDA. Without their collaboration, the summit would not have been such a special event. I wish all the distinguished guests a fruitful summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Osman Çelik, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance of the Republic of Turkey. And now moving on in the program, we have an MOU signing ceremony. We will have two MOUs to be signed this morning. The first MOU signing is between AECSD, represented by AECSD Chairman, Dr. Ekrem Arıkan. If we could invite you onto the stage. And also the MOU signing will take place between AMEDA, represented by AMEDA President Mr. Abdullah Abdin. Could we also invite you onto the stage? Thank you.
So we will say Bismillah. You want to say something?
Thank you very much for the signing between AMEDA and AECSD, Dr. Ekram Arıkan and Mr. Abdullah Abdin. And now we'll take a photo together. Thank you very much. That concludes our first MOU signing. And now we will invite our participants for the second MOU signing, which will be between MKK, represented once again by our board member, Mr. Dr. Ekram Arıkan, and also the CSD of Morocco, Maroclear, represented by the CEO of Maroclear, Mr. Munir Raski. Thank you. Ah, okay. Thank you very much to Dr. Ekram Arıkan and Mr. Munir Raski. Now we'll keep you on stage for a photo. Thank you. Now let's keep you on stage for a moment. We have a gift presentation for Mr. Munir Raski. Please welcome. Okay, now let's keep Dr. Ekram Arıkan on the stage. Thank you very much for your participation in the MOU signing. Now we'll continue. We will continue with our gift presentations now. So that's why I would like to keep Dr. Ekram Arıkan on stage. And I'd also like to invite our Deputy Minister of Treasury and Finance, Mr. Osman Çelik. If you could move into the center of the stage and we will bring our gifts out for you. Now, if we could keep, Deputy Prime Minister, if we could keep you on stage for the continuation of our gift presentations. First up, I would like to invite the Chairman of the Capital Markets Board of Turkey, Mr. İbrahim Ömer Gönül, to receive his gift. Okay, and now to receive his gift, I would like to invite the AMEDA President, Bahrain Clear, Vice Chairman, Mr. Abdullah Abdin on stage. Thank you. And next, let's invite WFC Chairman, KCSD Deputy Chairman, Mr. Yedil Mado, to receive his gift. And now our last gift presentation is to Executive Director of AECSD, Bruce Butterill. Okay, now. Thank you very much for engaging in the gift ceremony. We'll continue to get some photos while you're all on stage. Have we taken our photos? Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we're continuing with the photo session after our gift presentations. Thank you very much to all our valuable participants. Okay, thank you. So, distinguished guests, that brings us to the end of this segment of the summit. Once again, I'd like to extend a warm thank you to all of our members of protocol and their opening speeches. Now, we'll have a coffee break and then we'll meet you once again for the continuation of the summit. we have one more component for our opening segment of the program. For his opening keynote speech, we have Professor Dr. Göksel Aşan joining us. He's the President of Finance Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey. Can we invite you onto stage? Professor Dr. Göksel Aşan.
So, first of all, I would like to express my pleasure to be with you here in this meeting. And I also thank everyone who contributed this meeting, especially our MEKAKA. I prefer to say in Turkish, MEKAKA. And the Association of Eurasian Central Security Depositories, and the Africa and Middle East Depositories Association. And I hope this meeting will have very, let me say, fruitful solutions. And if you don't mind, I'm going to continue my speech in Turkish. Because I generally prefer to make my all speeches in Turkey. I think there's a translation. Yeah, you can, okay. Şimdi tabii özellikle bu tür oturumlarda içinde bulunduğunuz mekan da çok önemli. Şu anda sizler de hani bizim açımızdan ama bence genel anlamda finans dünyası açısından çok önemli bir oradan bir tane versenize. Bir kulaklık vereceğim. Bizim açımızdan dediğim gibi finans dünyası açısından da önemli bir mekandasınız. İstanbul Finans Merkezi'ndesiniz. Bizim çok gurur duyduğumuz bir proje. Hala işte bir tamamlanması gereken birkaç kısım var. Onları tamamladığımız zaman da inşallah açmış olacağız. Ben biraz yavaş gidiyorum çünkü galiba kulaklıklar gelmemiş. Keşke İngilizce mi devam etseydik? Peki. Evet. Açmış olacağız, bitireceğiz. Bu zannediyorum birkaç ufak düzenleme kaldı. Onlar da yapılacak ve finans merkezi tamamen hizmete başlayacak. Aslında çok daha önceden başladığımız bir projeydi İstanbul Finans Merkezi. Bu tabii yani biraz belki şöyle bakmak lazım. Yani İstanbul çok uzun süredir zaten bir finans merkezi. Fakat nispeten daha dağınık bir yapımız var şehir içerisinde. İşte bu 2009 yılında öyle bir projeyle denmiş ki bir cluster oluşturalım ki hani çoğunuz benden daha iyi biliyorsunuz. Bir dönem bu cluster oluşturma işi moda oldu. Yani işte bir sürü yerde de zaten bizimle beraber işte Dubai'de, Kazakistan'da, başka yerlerde de bizimle beraber bu finans merkezleri açılmış oldu. Bizden daha önce açtılar, biz biraz geciktik galiba. Bir cluster oluşturalım. O cluster mantığı da anladığım kadarıyla hani bütün kurumlar, şirketler, firmalar bir arada olsunlar ki işte sosyalleşme vesaire imkanı olsun. Bir diğer önemli tarafı tabii bir cluster oluşturmanın eğer bir bölgeyi sınırlandırabilirseniz o sınırlandırdığınız bölge içerisinde o sadece o bölgeye özgü ve ülkenin genel kanunlarından bir takım exemption'ların olduğu, bir takım istisnaların olduğu öyle söyleyeyim. yeni regülasyonlar oluşturabiliyorsunuz. Cluster'ın öyle de bir mantığı var. Çünkü genele bir şekilde uygulamanızın çok mümkün olmadığı bir takım kuralları belli bölgeleri ayrıştırarak uygulamak daha kolay. İşte biraz bu da düşünülerek aslında bu projeler ortaya çıkmış. Biz de böyle bir projeyi tamamlamış olduk. İstanbul Finans Merkezi elbette bütün işte finansal kurumları toplayabileceğimiz bir yer değil. Dediğim gibi yani İstanbul'un finansal anlamdaki büyüklüğüne, yani operasyonun büyüklüğüne bakarsanız elbette hepsini bir araya toplamamız mümkün değil. Ama en azından bir kısmını buraya toplayacağız gibi duruyor. Zaten bankalarımızla başladık. İşte geri kalan Merkez Bankası biliyorsunuz inşallah gelecek. Diğer kurumlarımız gelecek. Ve burada faaliyetlerine devam edecekler. Tabii bununla beraber İstanbul Finans Merkezi'nin kendine özgü bir yasal düzenleme de yaptık. Onun alt düzenlemeleri de yapıldı. Hani bunu aslına bakarsanız böyle işte daha alt düzenlemelerle yani daha basit regülasyonlarla yapabilirdik ama onun yerine bir kanunla yapmayı tercih ettik. Ki hani daha kalıcı olsun ve o anlamda biraz daha güçlü olsun, o şeyi de gösterelim. Gerçekten hani niyetimizi de gösterelim diye. Meclisimiz onayladı ve İstanbul Finans Merkezi'ne sadece buraya özel bir kanun var. Bu kanun bir takım istisnaları, exemption'ları veriyor. İşte bunun yanında bir takım teşvikler de, bazı insentifler de, özel insentifler de geçerli. Bir de işte hukuki uygulamalar açısından da genellikle yabancıların bu finans kuruluşları biraz daha hassas oluyorlar bu regülasyon konusunda haklı olarak. Dolayısıyla bu özellikle bu yabancı yatırımcıların işte bu hukuki düzenlemelerde kendileri açısından kendilerini daha güvenli hissedecekleri bir takım yeni düzenlemeler de yapıldı. Tabii sadece bununla da sınırlı değil çünkü bizim açımızdan burası şöyle önemli bir fırsat. Aslında genel anlamda finans dünyasında yapmaya çalıştığımız ama genele yaymadan önce de ya bunun etkileri nasıl olur bir görelim diye tırnak içerisinde endişe de duyduğumuz bir takım şeyleri burada uygulama şansı da bulacağız. Yani sadece bu bölgeye özgün bir takım düzenlemeler yapıp onun işte bu external diyebileceğimiz sonuçlarını da görüp ve onun üzerinden belki bir cost benefit analizi yapıp bunu genele de uygulayalım kararını verebiliyor olacağız. O açıdan bizim açımızdan, yani ben hani finans ofisi başkanı olarak şimdi konuşuyorum. Bizim açımızdan da böyle bir gerçekten önemi var. Zaten ilk adımları da işte bu, şimdi Merkez Bankası bildiğim kadarıyla son halini veriyor. İşte bir regulatory sandbox, onun hazırlıkları bitti zannediyorum. Yakın zamanda o işte bir şekilde işlevsel hale gelecek. Tabii bir ek bir şey daha söyleyeyim. Bu tabii sadece bu İstanbul Finans Merkezi'ni yaptık diye söylediğim bir şey değil ama hani bunun da bir parça bu şeye etkisi oluyor bu tür işlere. Çünkü neticede burayı biz bir uluslararası finans merkezi olarak konumladık. Ve inşallah da hani o yolda ilerleyeceğiz. Böyle olunca tabii hani sadece bir şekilde bir parasal kanalı açmak için değil, daha geniş işbirlikleri için de uluslararası temasları yapıyor oluyorsunuz. Şimdi bu da önemli bir avantaj. Yani şimdi açık konuşmak gerekirse de bu özellikle bu hani bizim dünyamız açısından söylüyorum. Yani genellikle işte bu tür işlerde işte ülkeye kaynak işte hangi koşullarda nasıl sağlanır? Biraz onlar üzerinden gidiyor uluslararası temaslar. Tamam yani çay içiliyor, kahve içiliyor, işte İstanbul ne güzel, yok Paris ne güzel, sizin şehriniz ne güzel, bu muhabbetler var ama ana tema hep bu aslına bakarsanız. Fakat mesela bizim açımızdan yine söyleyeyim, özellikle İstanbul Finans Merkezi çerçevesinde, yani merkeze burayı alıp oluşturduğumuz uluslararası temaslar sadece öyle işte bir kaynak arayışı ya da kaynak üzerinden bir işbirliği arayışının çok ötesine geçmiş durumda. Böyle de bir avantajı var İstanbul Finans Merkezi'nin. Bütün tabii düzenleyici, yani bütün regulatory body'ler hepsi buradalar. Yani bu bankacılık, bizim BDDK'mız, işte sermaye piyasası kurulu, işte sigorta kurulumuz, yani aklınıza ne geliyorsa düzenlemeci kuruluş anlamında onların hepsi buradalar, burada olacaklar. Borsa İstanbul burada olacak. Onların binaları bitmek üzere bildiğim kadarıyla. Dolayısıyla aslına bakarsanız hani Türkiye'de finans alanında bir iş yapmaya çalışıyorsanız eğer, hani kimlerle temas etmeniz gerekiyorsa hepsi burada olacaklar. O açıdan da çok avantajlı görüyoruz açıkçası finans merkezini. Ve tabii burada birçok yabancı konuğumuz da var. Hani sizleri de buraya bekliyoruz, onu söyleyeyim. Hatta buradaki herkesi de bir ambassador gibi görüyoruz. İnşallah döndüğünüzde siz de kendi çevrenizde ne olur, İstanbul Finans Merkezi biraz anlatın. Çünkü gerçekten biz hem çok önemsiyoruz hem de çok fırsatların olduğu bir proje olarak görüyoruz. Şimdi bu zirveye bir motto yapılmış değil mi? Bridge, öyle bir şey vardı, ben okudum. Bridge in market, tamam buradayım, ben de nerelere bakıyorum. Evet, bizim bu, tabii bu kıtaları birleştirme konseptimiz, işte Allah vergisi bir şey bu. Öyle bir, bu coğrafya kaderdir diye bir şey var. İşte bu da onlardan bir tanesi. Yani işte bir şekilde kıtalar belirlenirken artık hangi yüzyılda belirlendiyse böyle belirlenmiş. Ve sahiden biz işte her gün bir kıtadan öbür kıtaya geçiyoruz. Sonra akşam tekrar geri dönüyoruz. Öyle çok herkese nasip olacak bir şey değil. O yüzden de bu kıtaları birleştirme konseptini çok kullanıyoruz. Ve hani kıtaların arasındaki bu temas devam ettikçe de Boğaz'ın üzerine köprü yapmaya devam edeceğiz. Şimdi 3 köprümüz var. Bir de böyle bu tür köprülerimiz var şimdi oluşturduğumuz. İnşallah bu köprülerin sayısını daha da arttıracağız. Şimdi belki biraz hani böyle biraz bu asıl konumuza da biraz dönüp konuşmakta fayda olabilir. Hem biz burada ne yapıyoruz onu biraz size açıklamaya çalışayım. Hem de biraz genel dünyayı nasıl görüyoruz? O gördüğümüz tablodan biz kendimizce nasıl sonuçlar çıkartıyoruz? Biraz ondan da bahsedeyim istiyorum. Çünkü ben hani işte hani hoca kimliğimle konuşsam başka türlü konuşacağım ama şimdi o şeyde değilim. Farklı, yani başka bir elbisedeyim. Dolayısıyla biraz onlardan bahsetmem gerekiyor diye düşünüyorum. Şöyle tabii zor günler yaşadık. Bence zor günler yaşamaya da devam ediyoruz. Yani dünya sahiden herhalde çok uzun zamandır geçmediği bir süreçten geçiyor. Ciddi bir sınavdan aslında geçiyor. Tabii bu sınav yani tabii bunun en acısı bir insanlık sınavından geçiyoruz. İşte her gün yine televizyonları açıyoruz ve işte yani işte ölü bebekler, işte kolları bacakları kopmuş insanlar vesaire görmeye devam ediyoruz maalesef. Dolayısıyla ciddi bir insani sınavdan geçiyoruz. Fakat bunun yanında bence çok ciddi bir hem sosyolojik sınavdan geçiyoruz, çok ciddi bir dönüşümün eşiğindeyiz. Nereye gideceğiz bilmiyorum. Hem de çok ciddi bir ekonomik ve tabii dolayısıyla finansal bir sınavdan geçiyoruz. Şöyle bakıyorum ben, yani 2008'de başlayan sürecin hala devam ettiği düşüncesindeyim. Yani 2008'de işte o büyük ne diyelim ona, tarihin en büyük finansal krizini işte bir şekilde müdahalelerle vesairelerle atlattık. Tabii yani o da ayrı bir tartışma konusu. Bu müdahaleler doğru oldu mu, olmadı mı? Yani işte kurtarmayaydık da işte bu bu zombiler diyeceğim, neyse yani bunlar temizlense miydi falan, bunlar çok ayrı tartışma konuları. Ama açık ki işte küresel sistem cesaret edemedi hani bu temizlenmeye, o şumpeteryan bir temizlenmeye bir şekilde cesaret edemedi. Dolayısıyla müdahaleler oldu, işte devlet tarafından oldu vesaire. Süreç en azından ertelendi. Fakat döngüsel anlamda, yani o Circle'ın getirdiği o konjonktürde o temizlenmeye izin vermediğimiz için bütün o çöpleriyle beraber, yani o arta kalan artıklarla beraber aslında bir şekilde sistem kendisini pek etmeye, o süründürmeye devam etti. Kaçınılmaz olarak, şöyle söyleyeyim, yani bizim gördüğümüz o, kaçınılmaz olarak dünyanın 2008 benzeri, hatta belki daha kötü bir finansal krizle karşı karşıya kalacağını düşünüyorum. Zamanlamasını bilmiyorum, yani kahin değilim. Öyle bir kahin iktisatçı vardı değil mi? Rubin mi? Öyle biri vardı, ben şimdi ismini hatırlamıyorum ama öyle bir kriz kahini. Yok, onun kadar yetenekli değilim. Öyle bir şeyim yok, yeteneğim yok, kehanet yeteneğim ama dediğim gibi yani bütün elimizdeki veriler ve tekrar söylüyorum 2008'de sistemin temizlenmemiş olması bana yeni krizin kaçınılmaz olduğunu gösteriyor. En azından benim kanaatim ve bizim yaklaşımımız bu. Dolayısıyla önümüzde şöyle de bir yeni sınav aslında olacak. Hani bu yeni circle geldiğinde, o yeni dönüşüm ya da neyse işte artık dönüşüm diyelim ya da kriz diyelim ortamı geldiğinde, var olan finansal sistemi neyle substitute edeceğimize, yani yeni finansal sistemin ana unsurlarının neler olacağına da insanlık olarak karar vermek zorunda kalacağız. Ve ben bunun aslında hazırlıklarının belki bugünden, çok bile geç kaldık, yapılması gerektiği kanaatindeyim. Şöyle, akademi yapıyor. Yani çünkü akademi için çok daha kolay tabii bunu yapmak. Yani işte bir sürü fikir üretiyorsunuz. Herhalde dünyada en kolay şey fikir üretmek. İşte herkes bir fikir üretebiliyor. Dolayısıyla işte 8 milyar fikriniz olabilir. Dolayısıyla akademi bunu tabii daha kolay yapabiliyor. Ama özellikle hem piyasadaki oyuncuların, öyle diyeyim, yani bütün agentların, hem de government, devletler tarafının, hükümetler tarafının tabii böyle bir hazırlığı yapabilmesi o kadar da kolay değil. Ama dediğim gibi yani kaçınılmaz olarak bu hazırlığa ihtiyacımız var. Şimdi ikinci büyük sınav bu dijitalleşme meselesi. Şimdi bu işler ilk çıktığında, yani işte değil mi, işte hani toprağı bol olsun, Steve Jobs şu iPhone'u ilk böyle bir kaydırdıydı ya, hatırlarsınız o ilk prezentasyonu. Böyle ha diye hepimiz kaldık. Biz hep şöyle baktık. Ya bu dijitalleşme hayatı çok kolaylaştıracak. Sahiden de öyle. Yani dijitalleşme gerçekten hayatı çok kolaylaştırıyor. Ama dijitalleşme beraberinde her şeyi kolaylaştırıyor. Biraz galiba orayı ıskaladık. Mesela savaşı çok kolaylaştırıyor. İnsan öldürmeyi çok kolaylaştırıyor. Hatta kimi ne zaman öldüreceğinizi seçmeyi bile mümkün kılıyor. Nerede olursa olsun. Mesela aldatmayı, kandırmayı, her şeyi çok kolaylaştırıyor. Yani sadece hayatımızı Şimdi diyeceksiniz ki ya Göksel zaten bu da hayat. Doğru. Yani işte bunların hepsi de zaten hayatın parçası. Dolayısıyla hayatı kolaylaştırınca bunların da hepsini kolaylaştırıyor. Ama işte bunların kolaylaşması, yani bu bahsettiğim şeylerin kolaylaşması bizim o kadar da mutlulukla karşılayacağımız şeyler değil. Yani şunu o kadar da rahat söyleyemeyiz. Ya tamam işte bu sayede ne bileyim cebimizden para çıkmadan ödeme yapabiliyoruzdan başlayın da artık nerelere götürürseniz götürün. Ne bileyim işte ben işte benim kızım Amerika'da, işte ben kızımla her gün görüntülü konuşuyorum. Daha ne istiyorum hayatta? Doğru. Ama şunu da biliyorum, işte benim kızımla görüntülü konuşmamı mümkün kılan teknoloji bir gün işte evde salonda otururken bir tane mermiyle beni de öldürebilir. Bunu da biliyorum. Şimdi biraz egzajere ediyorum, onun farkındayım. Ama şöyle bir kanaatim var, 4-5 yıl sonra egzajere değil, belki de ya çok azını bile söylemişim diyeceğim. Böyle de bir endişem var. Şimdi maalesef buna da hazır değiliz. Ve bence finans dünyası olarak da buna hazır değiliz. Elbette işte bir sürü şeyin farkındayız, onu söyleyeyim. Yani herkes bunun farkında. Ya ben buraya ne bileyim işte bizim hükümetimizden ya da herhangi bir ülkenin hükümetinden hangi yöneticiyi getirsem, değil mi? Yani konuşmasının birinci herhalde, ya birinci değilse de ikinci cümlesi işte dijitalleşme, teknoloji, teknolojinin ve dijitalleşmenin önümüze koyduğu opportunity'ler, fırsatlar vesaire diye konuşmaya başlayacak. Doğru. Bu doğru. Burada bir problem yok. Ama işte mesele şu. O koyacağımız, yani buraya gelip bu konuyu konuşacak, tekrar söylüyorum, hangi ülkeden olursa olsun konuşacak kişiler bu yeni dünyanın bizi nereye götüreceği konusunda herhangi bir fikir sahibi olmadıkları için ve emin olun bu salondaki hiç kimse de fikir sahibi değil, çünkü hiçbirimiz nereye gideceğini bilmiyoruz. Hiç tahmin etmediğimiz bir yerlere de gidebilir, olduğu yerde de kalabilir, bilmiyorum. Böyle bir fikir geliştiremedikleri için, ya nasıl bir dünya çıkacak 10 sene sonra karşımıza dair bir fikir geliştiremediğimiz için, o dünyaya dair düzenlemeyi de bir türlü yapamıyoruz. Bir örnek vereyim size, bakın sosyal medya, değil mi? Yani işte kaç yıldır hayatımızda bilmiyorum ama yani deyin ki 20 yıldır hayatımızda. 20 yıldır dünya, sadece biz değil, bütün dünya hala sosyal medyayı nasıl düzenleyeceğini konuşuyor. Ve dünyanın hiçbir ülkesinde sosyal medyaya dair öyle hani istediğimiz anlamda bir düzenleme yok. Yok, çünkü siz sosyal medyaya dair düzenlemeyi konuşmaya başladığınızda daha sosyal medya o sizin konuştuğunuz şey olmaktan çok başka bir yere gitmiş oluyor zaten. Bu süreç de böyle bir süreç. Ve biz buna dair, bizim dünyamız için konuşuyorum, finans dünyası için de konuşuyorum. Buna dair düzenlemeleri yapmakta sürekli gecikeceğiz. Ve sektörlerin de daima buna hazır olmaları lazım. Şimdi bazı konularda bugüne kadar, en azından hani tamamında değil ama bir kısmında düzenleyiciler, yani bütün o regulatory body'ler, öyle söyleyeyim, bazen sektörün önüne geçebiliyorlardı. Yani bazen sektör bir yere doğru gittiğinde hazır bir, daha önceden konuşulmuş, düşünülmüş hazır bir takım paketler bulabiliyordu. Şimdi böyle bir şans yok, bitti. Sürekli, hatta bence sektörün bile elinde değil artık bu, sürekli bu yeni çağ, işte bu dijital çağ adına ne derseniz, bu zaten bütün agentları bir yere doğru böyle alacak ve süründürecek, alacak ve götürecek. Ve bizim tarafta, yani devlet tarafındaki düzenleyiciler de o sürüklenen, alıp götürülen yere doğru yetişmeye çalışacaklar. Aman arkalarından yetişelim de şunu da düzenleyelim, bunu da düzenleyelim. Hani bunu şundan söylüyorum. Hani bizi çok fazla ya işte şu düzenlemeyi de yapmadılar, bu düzenlemeyi de yapmadılar diye kınamayın. Çünkü dediğim gibi yani çok zor artık. Yani ne oluyor ve nereye gidiyor, neyi düzenlememiz lazım? Çok zor. Bakın biz açık bankacılıkla ilgili BDDK bence bundan 2 sene önce, hadi yani 2 seneden daha önce başlamıştık çalışmaya. Bu open banking meselesiyle ilgili bana sorarsanız 2,5 senesi öncesi için çok böyle radikal ve çok böyle liberal diyebileceğimiz loose bir düzenleme yaptı. Mesela bugün o düzenlemeye dönüp bakın, düzeltmemiz gereken en azından 10 tane yer var. Ya çok değil, 2,5 sene önce. Biz 2,5 sene önce bunu yaptığımızda hani şu şeyle yapıldı o. Yani ya öyle bir şey yapalım ki sektörün önünü açalım. Açtık sektörün önünü ama Şimdi öyle bir yere gittik ki bizim oturup bir daha yapmamız lazım. Sonra bir daha yapacağız, sonra bir daha yapacağız. Ama nereye gidecek, nasıl düzenleyeceğiz onu bilmiyoruz. Bu tabii bir önemli bir problem daha. En azından devlet tarafının sorumlulukları açısından bir önemli problem daha getiriyor. O da denetim ve işte finans dünyası için konuşuyorum, tasarruf sahiplerini koruma. Şimdi bakın, en önemli handikaplarımızdan biri de bu. Çünkü eğer biz bütün bu düzenleyici kurumlar olarak tasarruf sahiplerini koruyacağımıza dair güveni eğer bütün o tasarruf sahiplerine veremezsek, zaten herhangi bir sistemden bahsedilmemiz mümkün değil. Şimdi niye bir sermaye piyasamız var? Bir güven veriyoruz çünkü. Yani diyoruz ki ya bir dakika biz seni burada koruyoruz. Denetleyici kurumlarımız var. Onlar zaten burayı denetliyorlar. Stock Exchange kendi içinde denetleniyor. Efendime söyleyeyim, kimin nedir adı, piyasaya kote olacağını, kimin halka arza çıkacağını biz denetleyerek yapıyoruz. Biz karar veriyoruz. Dolayısıyla rahat olun. Gidin Borsa İstanbul'dan istediğiniz kağıdı alın. Çünkü biz burada garantideyiz. Yani biz arkasında duruyoruz çünkü biz denetliyoruz. Şimdi bu büyük bir güven. Ama ve lakin şimdi yeni dünya tabii ki dijital taraf bize de fırsatlar veriyor. Yani hani karşı tarafa ne kadar o anlamda fırsat veriyorsa elbette denetleyene de fırsat veriyor. Ama şunu itiraf edelim. Denetleyen taraf daha hantal, daha ağır taraf. Fakat karşı taraf istediği gibi uçan kaçan taraf. Hayır, bu böyle bir fantaziler var bilmem ne kurumları kendi içlerinde hacker çalıştırıyorlarmış falan diye ve benim bildiğim mesela hacker çalıştırmak suç. Şimdi adamın hacker olduğunu bilip bir de çalıştırıyorsanız siz suç işliyorsunuz demektir. Şimdi adam hacker yani. Anlatabildim mi? Şimdi bu fantazileri bir tarafa bırakın. Bu şunu çok açık gösteriyor. Belki de bilmiyorum 5 sene, belki de 10 sene sonra biz artık tasarruf sahiplerine, onların tasarruflarına eskisi kadar güvence veremeyeceğimizi itiraf etmek zorunda kalacağız. Belki bankalar, değil mi? Kendilerine gelen tasarruflara eskisi kadar güvence veremeyecekler. Bilmiyoruz yani. Gerçekten nereye gittiğimizi bilmiyoruz. Ve bu ister istemez çok yeni bir dünya, çok yeni bir finansal sistemin kurulması gibi sonuç ortaya çıkaracak. Hazırlıklı değiliz. Yani ben bunları söylüyorum ama şunu sakın deme ya Finans Ofisi Başkanı da böyle bir şeyler söyledi. Bunlar neler hazırlıyorlar arkada diye. Yok vallahi bir şey hazırlayamıyoruz. Yani bir şeyleri seziyoruz, nereye gideceğini görüyoruz ama bunu hazırlamak öyle kolay bir iş değil. Güveneceğimiz taraf var mı? Yani şu var belki, bu sistem öyle ya da böyle, yani finans kapital diyeyim, 150 yıl diyeyim belki, ben 200 yıla yakın, kapitalizm için 300 yıl diyeyim neyse. Öyle ya da böyle bu kadar yıldır yaşıyor. Ve sahiden bir takım zorlukların üstesinden gelmek gibi de bir kabiliyet geliştirmiş durumda. Ben üniversitedeyken anlatırdım, bu Mendel'in böyle bu 50 yıllık circle'lar teorisi vardır. O gerçi söylüyor hep, yani zaten 50 yılda bir oluyor, sistem kendisi bir şey yapmıyor yenilenmek için diye, ama öyle değil, yapıyor. Yani şimdi onu o kadar basit görmemek lazım. Şimdi bir güvencemiz bu. Yani yine piyasa ve piyasadaki bütün oyuncular, bütün agentlar bir şekilde o yeni dünyaya adapte olacak yeni sistemi kolay olmamakla beraber, yani bir sürü acı yaşayarak vesaire, belki yüzlerce firma batacak, yüzlerce yenisi kurulacak vesaire. Bir ihtimal o adaptasyonu sağlayabilirler. Ama açık söyleyeyim, bu yeni dünya için devletler tarafından çok bir şey ummamak lazım. Çünkü tekrar söylüyorum, yani bu yeni dünya, devletlerin o kadar kolay o private sektörün, özel sektörün, yani piyasadaki bütün oyuncuların arkasında durabileceği bir dünya olmayacak. Basit bir sınav veriyoruz. Ya basit demeyeyim, yani şimdi çok doğru bir söz olmaz. Ama hani bu karmaşık sistemin dışında bir sistemden bahsediyorum. Şimdi değil mi? Yani dünyada bir politik sistem güya kurulmaya çalışıyor. İşte Birleşmiş Milletlerimiz var. Birleşmiş Milletler'in içerisinde 1000 tane örgüt var. İşte UNICEF'i var. Ne bileyim UNCTAD'ı, hani adını sayamayacağımız dünya kadar örgüt var. İşte nükleer silahsızlaşma anlaşmaları var, öyle paktlar var, şunlar var, bunlar var vesaire. Yani aslına bakarsanız, hani bizim finans dünyasının dışında baktığınızda, finans dünyasından çok daha kurumsallaşmış, koordinasyon içerisinde bir küresel sistem var, küresel bir politik sistem var. Sonucu yaşıyorsunuz. Hep beraber yaşıyoruz. Değil mi? Hiçbir şeyi önleyemiyor. Yani şöyle söyleyeyim. Bugün eğer atıyorum 350 tane füze atılması planlanmışsa küresel sistem bunu 349'a düşüremiyor. Bu kadar kurumsallaşmış, dediğim gibi bir yapıdan bahsediyoruz. Şimdi bu bir deney aslında. Ve nasıl bir challenge'la karşı karşıya olduğumuzu gösteren bir şey. Son iki şey söyleyeyim, ondan sonra da çok uzatmayayım. Hadi biraz rahatsızım, kusura bakmayın. Savaş haklıydı, haksızdı. Onu hiç konuşmayayım. Yani Rusya-Ukrayna savaşını. Ama ya da kazandıkları onların hakkıydı değildi tartışmasına da girmeyeceğim. Çünkü hani kimin kazancı gerçekten haklıydı tartışacak olsak zannediyorum yeryüzünde bir tane adam bırakmayız. O yüzden onu da tartışmayacağım. Ama neticede birileri iki dudağın arasında iki tane talimatla bilmem kaç tane insanın parasına el koydu. Varlıklarına, birikimine, tasarrufuna, ya yapın dedi, bitti. Şimdi bakın, şundan önemsiyorum bunu. Yani yaptıkları doğruydu değildi demiyorum. Yani onu alacak savaş tazminatı yapıyor, o tartışmalara hiç girmiyorum. Ama şundan ötürü söylüyorum. Bu insanlara bir hafta önce, belki 2 hafta önce, belki 1 ay önce, ya paranızı buraya getirin, burada paranız güven altında denmişti, değil mi? Çünkü niye? Çünkü işte bizde hukuk var, işte uluslararası kurallar var, ne bileyim işte burası Londra, değil mi? İşte finansın beşiği, işte burada işte her türlü hukukla hakkınızı arayabilirsiniz, şunu yapabilirsiniz, bunu yapabilirsiniz. Dünya kadar güvence verilmişti bu insanlara. Ne oldu? Ve bu tek örnek değil. Yani şöyle söyleyeyim. Bu aslında şuna da bir işaret, değil mi? Mesela yarın yine işte bu ülkelerden herhangi bir tanesi, çok önemli değil kimin lideri olduğu. Ya ben sahiden bu ülkenin başındaki adamı da hiç beğenmiyorum. Yani zaten bunun etrafındakilere bunun zengin ettiği adamlar, yani antidemokratik bir sistemde zengin olmuş insanlardan oluşan bir topluluk. Dolayısıyla bunların bizde ne kadar parası varsa bir onları tutun bakalım. Diyebilir mi? Diyebilir. Var mı uluslararası hukuk? Yok. Ki bu daha hani demin konuştuğum tehlikelerden falan hiç bahsetmiyorum. O zaman sadece yaşadığımız bir örnek. Tekrar söylüyorum. Yapılan haklıydı, haksızdı meselesinden bağımsız bunu söylüyorum. Çünkü yani olabilir, yani haklı da olabilir ama hiçbir şey değişmez. Eğer güvence verdiyseniz, eğer sizin paranız burada güven altında dediyseniz o zaman işte o güvenceyi bir şekilde korumak zorundasınız. Koruyamıyorsanız sistem tehlikeye girmiş demektir. Ve ben net kanaatimi söyleyeyim. Ben özellikle bu Ukrayna Savaşı sonrasında alınan kararlardan sonra dünyada finansal sistemin bu kararlardan önceki haline çok kolay dönebileceği kanaatinde değilim. Yani bu hani kaynaklar oraya gitti ama Ruslarda acayip para vardı da o paralar gitti falan değil. Bunu kastetmiyorum. Başka bir şey kastediyorum. Başka bir şey kastediyorum. Bütün derdimiz uluslararasılaşmak ve uluslararası sistemde güya işte bütün hakları, hukuku bilmem neyi koruyabilecekleri bir şeyden bahsediyorduk. Meğer korunamıyormuş. Herkes dikkatli olur. Herkes dikkatli olur ve ancak şu olur. Bize bir şey yapmazlar diyen ülkeler arasında bir finansal belki bir ağ olur. Ya ne olur ne olmaz bunlar Ruslara yapacaklarını bize de yapabilirler diyenler için de başka bir dünya kurulur. Ve zaten kuruluyor da. Değil mi? Yani hep beraber izliyoruz. Yani işte Çin'i izliyoruz, ne yaptığını izliyoruz. İşte Çin'le Rusya arasındaki ilişkiyi izliyoruz. Çin'in etrafına topladıklarını izliyoruz. Ne bileyim Hindistan'ı izliyoruz. Hindistan'da bu ikircikli bir hali var ama yani bence gene öbür tarafta gibi duruyor. Ve şimdi orada başka bir şey kuruluyor. Çok uzattım, ne olur kusura bakmayın. Tekrar bu toplantının, bu zirvenin hayırlı olmasını diliyorum ve düzenleyenlere de tekrar çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun.
Hocam, sizi biraz daha tutabilir miyiz burada? Now, thank you very much to our keynote speaker. We would like to keep you on stage just for a brief moment longer to invite Dr. Ekrem Arıkan for a gift presentation. Oops. Teşekkürler. Thank you very much once again to Professor Dr. Göksel Aşan, the President of Finance Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey, for his keynote speech. Now, we'll start our panels soon. We will have, I'll just double check my notes, an executive panel strengthening capital markets and regional collaborations. But until we start the panel, we'll just take another short break and then we'll invite you once again for the beginning of the first panel. Oh. Shall we begin the panels shortly? Okay. All right. So without further ado, we will begin in that case. Our first panel is the executive panel. It's strengthening capital markets and regional collaborations. Our moderator for the panel will be Dr. Ekrem Arıkan, the chairman of AECSD and board member of WFC Merkezi Kayıt Kuruluşu. So let's invite you onto stage. And now I'd like to invite our speakers for our first panel. First in line we have Haruna Ceylo Waziri, the Vice President of AMEDA and Managing Director of CEO Central Securities Clearing System Nigeria. Welcome. And next we have Bruce Butterill, the Executive Director of America's Central Securities Depositories Association, Colombia. Welcome. Next up, we have Imelda Sebayang, Board Member and Director of Finance and Administration Indonesia Central Securities Depository. Welcome. And last but not least, let's invite Bandar Al-Kahil, Chief of Business Development Securities Depository Center Company.
again, it's really very great pleasure for us to see all of you here, to host you, to welcome you. And it's really great to see lots of CSD managers and executives in Turkey, in Istanbul, and in our financial center in Istanbul. After finishing the starting part of the summit, opening remarks, actually the discussions and maybe the productive parts will start with this panel, and we will be going on for 2 days till the end of next day, tomorrow. And I hope everything will be very productive and we will have good outputs to collaborate more, to integrate, to develop all our markets much more than before. And the subject of this panel is strengthening capital markets and regional collaborations, which is the most important and the valuable target of this summit, actually. And I just want to say a couple of sentences about the focus. As all of us know, actually, we already mentioned lots of things about this kind of things. In today's world, we are facing with lots of dynamics, different issues in political, economic, and social, and also technical areas. Especially during and after the pandemic, during the last 3-4 years, we tried to manage lots of disruptive difficulties in all our countries. Those affected directly or indirectly, financial, business, and our markets as well. On the other hand, digital services and instruments have deep effects on business models and also in local and global markets. And all are very related with our markets and our regions. Central securities depositories have crucial roles in markets and investors to provide trust and business continuity in such a dynamic and complex world. After presenting the focus of this panel, first of all, I would like to also welcome, of course, our very valuable participants, panel participants, speakers. We have speakers from very far away, even from Americas, from Asia Pacific, Africa, and Middle East. It's a good mix of actually all regions. The question is that, could you please share, firstly, general information about the markets in your country and your region. By considering all these aspects, what do you think about generally developments to strengthen capital markets, especially from CSD business point of view? And the second part will be related with the collaboration. Do you actively work for collaborations with other countries and regions to manage all this kind of problems and difficulties and uncertainties? And if you can also give some examples, we would be really very happy. And please tell us your ideas. What can we do else to develop more our markets and to strengthen collaboration? Please, we can start with from Saudi Arabia. Please, let's start from there. If you
sure. Thank you.
If you are okay.
Yes, of course.
Yes, please. It's your turn.
Thank you. If you allow me, first I would like to thank you, Dr. Akram and MKK team, for hosting us and for arranging such an amazing event. And a special thanks to MKK team, AMEDA and AECSD President and Secretary General for all the efforts for making us feel welcome here. Thank you very much for that. So if you allow me, I will just start with just a brief about the Saudi market. So recently there have been a lot of development in the Saudi market, which resulted into making the Saudi market one of the top 10 markets globally by market capitalization. with a market cap of around $2.7 trillion. And with this growth, also more issuers and more investors and more investment inflows comes to the market. So I'll just give a few numbers as an example. Issuers were, or listed securities were around 100, 120 by 2016. Now we have more than 400 listed securities and all stock exchange boards, including fixed income and equities. Where, for example, number of foreign investors. Back in 2017, we had around 100 investors only. Now we have more than 4,000 investors with around $88 billion investment. Of course, the Saudi market is still driven by retail. It's a retail-driven market. However, most of the investments are held by institutions. Around 88% of investments are held by institutional investors. These are few of the development that happened in the Saudi market, but with all these development, we as AEDA, the Saudi CSD, we had to also cope with all this market growth. So we started few years ago with what we call a post-trade transformational program. This program resulted into establishing first a clearinghouse company, Maqasa. It's a new company, who started to clear cash market and derivatives in the Saudi market. And also at AEDA, our CSD, we have replaced our depository system to a new state-of-the-art system developed by NASDAQ. This project was one of the biggest projects that we've worked on in the last few years. I'm sure everyone knows that changing a CSD system is not an easy job. So we've done it successfully a few years ago. And with this system, many new enhancements came, such as straight-through processing of ISO messages, giving more flexibility to market participants for the settlement. For example, the settlement in the Saudi market, the default settlement is T+2. But with all these enhancements, we've allowed more flexibilities to our market participants, especially for negotiated trades, for example, where they can choose between T+0 to T+5. With all these changes also, we are currently working on phase 2 of this system, where we will be able to connect through SWIFT to give our market participants more flexibility and enhancement. These are maybe a little bit few of the things that we've been doing, and we are also working on implementing a new collateral management system in the Saudi market, which will help market participants to facilitate and manage their collateral more efficiently. They will be able to mobilize and move their collateral easily through the collateral management system that we are introducing. This is just maybe a little bit few of the changes that we'll be working on, but you've mentioned, if you want me to continue, the second part of your question, which is collaborations. Because I believe all what we have done is just part of our collaborations with other CSDs, regionally and internationally, where we exchange information and knowledge. And this is maybe AMEDA AECSD is a very great example of how to collaborate and share knowledge and experiences between the markets. So AEDA, the Saudi CSD, and Saudi Tadawul Group, we've signed many MOUs and agreements in the recent years. Maybe I will start with the last agreement we signed with MKK, for example, to collaborate. But we've also signed other agreements in the region and very far from here. This year we signed an agreement, for example, with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We've signed an MOUs with the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, with Shanghai Stock Exchange, Hong Kong. But I will go also back regionally where we started. We started with an MOU with all the regional CSDs, such as Bahrain, Oman, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and Kuwait. In addition to MOUs and agreements, we also established a link with some of the regional CSDs. We already signed an agreement with Bahrain Clear, for example, to facilitate cross-listing. We signed another agreement with ADX, Abu Dhabi Exchange, and with Muscat Exchange as well. As a result, for example, of the ADX agreement, we had the first dual-listed companies between Abu Dhabi Exchange and the Saudi Exchange. But we are also working toward more MOUs and more collaborations with the regional CSDs. And if I may comment on the last part of your question, is what needs to be done. I believe these MOUs and agreements are very helpful, very useful for all of us. What needs to be done is maybe to activate these MOUs and agreements. To each of us, each of CSD needs to have a dedicated team to activate these agreements, to have a regular meeting, share knowledge between the CSDs, and to activate all this knowledge sharing between the CSDs and the activities that we are doing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot to Mr. Bander El-Kahail. And another important speech will be held by Imelda Sabayang. She is coming from far away, from Indonesia. And actually, it's really very important to have something concrete, more than just talk, actually. And it's really very valuable for us as MKK. I mean, we have really very good participation with Indonesia. And they're using the e-general meeting solution for 4 years after the pandemic. And we are collaborating and developing together some new solutions. And it's really very valuable for us. Could you please, it's your turn, mention first about the Indonesian market and then collaborations. What do you think? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Akram. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, the chair and the members of AECSD and AMEDA. Thank you for the opportunity. Maybe Dr. Akram, before I start sharing a brief on our capital market, maybe I need to share a bit more on Indonesia to show how complex our country is. It is the world's fourth most populous country in the world with 280 million people. And then we have, and that 280 million people scattered over 17,500 islands, and mainly in the 5 islands. And then we are actually the largest Muslim country, around 225 Muslim people living in our country. And then out of those 5 islands, the people itself concentrated most in Java Islands, around 40% are living in Java Islands. Whereas the capital city, still in Jakarta, where we live now, consists of 11.7 million itself. So the reason why I have to share this information will relate to the complexity and the challenge that we are facing, and then also the risk that we are facing to drive us in the building the solution to address all the challenges and risks involved in this type of geographical characteristic that embedded in Indonesia itself. So if you see in the next slide, please, some statistic there.
Am I in charge?
Oh. Okay, sorry. Thank you. All right, thanks. So, so what is the development post-pandemic? And maybe I can say post-pandemic followed with so many global turmoil, and then now we are facing in the high inflation environment. On the market capitalization itself, actually we are not doing that bad. Since the pandemic, we are almost increasing our market capitalization by 70%. From 447 billion to become, as per now, our market cap is around 791.97 billion. And as per daily trading turnover, we increase our daily trading turnover in stock around 30%. As per now, we record around 762 million on the daily trading volume. And then for the Jakarta Composite Index, we hit the bottom index during the pandemic in 2020 is around 3,900. However, I think last month we actually hit the record high index around 7,900, but a bit going down again now, but at least still the highest for the past years is we are currently record the GCI at the 7,600 level. So the capital market not do, despite the whole challenge, global and regional and also domestic itself, I think the capital market doing quite well. And on the listed companies, now there are 936 listed companies in the Indonesian Stock Exchange. We are number 2 in ASEAN countries. And then we record asset under custodian around 555 billion US dollar. And then this is part of the interesting part on the shifting of the portion of the investor pre and post pandemic. Pre-pandemic, 60% of the investors are actually coming from foreign investors. However, the pandemic really changed the whole dynamic of investment characteristic in terms of investors, because like you see in the bottom of the presentation, we record 13.6 million investors at this point of time in capital market. Just to let you know, before the pandemic, Indonesia only record around 3 or 4 million investors. It's a pre-pandemic. And then during the pandemic, in 2020 and 21, the investor grow up to 12 million only in pandemic. And then where the investors coming from? Most of them, 98% coming from the mutual fund investors. And if we break down into more detail, the mutual fund investors is actually coming from the millennial and Gen Z. And they are using the fintech platform. So basically, all those challenges in the pandemic on one side, despite the challenges on one side, is kind of a shifting all the investors' picture in Indonesia, and then bring up the investors' level to maybe like almost 5 times. So that's why, if you see in the pie chart there, at this point of time, the majority portion of Indonesian capital market investors are actually coming from domestic, which is almost 60% coming from domestic and 40% coming from foreign investors. So there is a little bit shifting there. So, and then apart from those numbers, to answer your first and second question, what is the development apart from the investor side? What I'm sharing with you just now is from the investor point of view. But also there is a development in intermediaries. Of course, we are not living in the easy world now. The intermediaries continuously facing the higher and higher pressure to bring their cost of doing business down. And then the financial risk that they are facing to grow their business is getting higher, because they are not talking about growing now, but I think most of the intermediaries in Indonesia capital market is talking about survival. So when we talk about survival, there is an increasing risk of regulatory breach. So there is an emerging new risk since the pandemic across the financial intermediaries in Indonesia capital market. And then, apart from that, the pandemic also bring up a new segmentation that becoming our focus also as a CSD is actually on the crowdfunding itself, because Indonesia, 65 to 70% of Indonesian GDP is actually supported by small medium enterprises. And those small medium enterprises require an alternative source of funding, because majority of that segment is not bankable. So since the pandemic, there is an emerging need of securities crowdfunding. And now one of the focus of KSEI as well is actually building a platform to integrate all the participants in the crowdfunding ecosystem, connecting the dots between the investors, intermediaries, and issuers into KSEI platform to ease them to doing the business, to bring down the cost of doing the business, but at the same time to allow the regulators and the supervisory to do surveillance and monitor on the day-to-day transaction. So that's the some development on what happened in Indonesian market. I'm not talking about the increasing risk of cybersecurity, because I think everyone facing the same risk on that subject, because I'm talking about what is unique to Indonesia post-pandemic. So facing that situation, to answer your next question, is we can't live in isolation. A collaboration is the key. And thank you, Mr. Akram, and the members and chair of AECSD to accept Indonesia as a newest member, the newbie in the AECSD. So that's part of the collaboration that we always try to enter and to grow. We also have a collaboration apart from the association, like you say, Mr. Akram. I think one of the real example of a true collaboration is actually between Indonesian CSD, KSEI, and MKK, which is proven real to address the issue during the pandemic, where MKK support us in the launching of e-proxy and e-voting in the AGMs. We launched it in the 2020, just right when the lockdown started. This relates to the first information I shared with you. Indonesia have 17,500 islands, and the issuer scatters over 5 to 6 big islands. And normally, during the AGM, the market participants or the investors, especially the domestic one, they need to fly there. So during the pandemic lockdown, no flight. So that's what I think the solution come at the very right time. Frankly speaking, at that time, I was the market participant. I'm not joining yet as in the KSEI. So I feel the benefit of that. So, and then at this point of time, that e-proxy and e-voting, I have to share with you this amazing number of utilization to show you how the solution is really well accepted, especially our Indonesian Financial Service Authority also make the use of the system as a mandatory. So it's very good in that sense. So as per now, this platform has been used by 884 issuers, and then there has been 1,233 AGMs conducted through this platform, and then 24,000 e-proxy users have been using it, and then 12,900 e-voting users have been using it. So I think the data and the result speaks by itself, more than words, like you said. And then to address your last question and on the future collaboration, I must say, for now I can see two things here. First is actually the information I shared you in the beginning. 225 people in Indonesia are Muslim. We are the largest Muslim country, meaning we are the largest Muslim economy. I think this part of Indonesia need to be developed further. So if through this, joining this association and then either bilateral collaboration with any countries, for example with MKK and Turkey, I think one of the potential area to be developed with Indonesia is actually how to bring Islamic economy in Indonesia to the next level. And also the second one, with the issuance of the new omnibus financial sector law in Indonesia, in allowing KSEI to expand their role beyond capital market now, I think we can also talk in the bigger scope. Plus, Indonesia is more open up now with the new regulation allowing Indonesian mutual fund in investing into offshore fund on fund. Now we can explore the opportunity whereby how Indonesia with certain regions or certain countries, either through multilateral or bilateral, can look into that specific area as well. So a lot of things, I guess, we can do, especially bear in mind that only 13 million capital market investor in Indonesia. If you divide it to 280 million, our capital market penetration only 5%. So a huge potential there to grow our market. Certainly, we need to collaborate with all of you here. So I thank you for the opportunity to have me in this occasion today. Thank you, Mr. Akram.
Thanks a lot. These are really very valuable information and sharings about the Indonesian market. Thanks a lot. And now, the speech turn is Mr. Haruna Waziri from Nigeria. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Akram. I think a lot of compliments has gone through the organization of this conference. Congratulations and well done. I don't have a presentation, but arriving in Istanbul, I found myself very well at home, and I tell you why. The traffic is aggressive, the driving is aggressive, the conversation is aggressive, and so when I woke up this morning, I'm like, how aggressive can I be at this conversation? But, you know, it's a wonderful place, and it has a lot of history, so it's wonderful to be here. But having said that, I think the effort also MKK is making, it's about collaborations, touching regions, and trying to reach out to do a lot of things. And I think the concept of this panel is to talk about what are these regional collaborations, how do you strengthen them, and what are the advantages to do that. The good thing about collaborations is that it leads to shared benefits. When you do collaborate from a regional or from a common ground, what you share are those benefits that each of you carry and put on the table, which includes things like deeper capital market penetrations, because issuers are able to raise capital across geographies or across regions, without which, if they were standing alone in those markets, there will be limitations on that. So for me, that's very important, especially coming from a smaller market like Nigeria, despite the population that's like Indonesia, by the way. Surprised to hear that we probably share common numbers. And eventually, we also have about 15 million unique IDs in our system, compared to 220 million people. That's actually a scratch in terms of retail business. There's a lot to learn from what you have done. But future-proofing capital markets, the synergies have to be across regions, like you're doing right now. It improves liquidity, it brings in innovation because you learn from each other, and also, to a certain extent, it enhances investor confidence, because when investors begin to see that you've democratized their risk across markets, then they become more confident and feel that, you know, these are markets for me to actually participate. And we've seen it with AMEDA and AECSD in terms of that regional drive, also to better risk manage, you know, if you look at it from that context, because different markets allow you to, you know, diversify your risk in terms of either the products, whether it is the issuers, or even the processes and those things that are necessary for that infrastructure and practices to actually occur. And that collaboration typically would help. So for us, we have what we call West Africa Capital Markets Integration Committee, which a few of our members are here within the West Africa region to even try and connect our markets outside what the ASEA is doing from their Africa linkages, if you like, program, where, you know, I think they've taken 4 or 5 markets. I think it's Egypt, Lagos, Johannesburg, Nairobi, I can't remember all that country, to try and connect them and increase liquidity from what's it called now, a trading perspective. And I think that's a good initiative. A lot of heavy lifting has been done, but more of that has to be done for that to you know, for that landscape to be able to be useful for investors and for issuers. But I think in the heart of this is also technology. Africa is a fast-growing continent. It's very young, it's dynamic. And I keep telling people that if you're not, today's infrastructure is actually your phone. If you don't have whatever you're doing that ends up on a mobile phone or a tablet or some kind of device, a smartphone, that you use, then you don't get to approach markets the way they should be. You're not able to tap into what investors want. And then by extension, you are diminishing the capacity of that infrastructure. So for us at the CSD in Nigeria, it's something you don't see on our website, so there are no numbers to determine all of the statistics I'm likely to give you. But there was a deliberate attempt to focus on three things. One, because we're a huge market in terms of numbers, we believe that retail is a key to it. Despite the fact that, the GDP is not comparative to some emerging markets, but the volumes are there to actually drive it. And we're seeing significant increase in terms of participation. So what we focused on with the government was, ID was very important. Who is this person? Where does he live? How old is he? What does he do? All of that KYC that's required in a biometric way, such that, as you know, many African countries don't have, and I can speak for Nigeria, I don't know others, don't have a proper register of births and deaths. You don't have a social security number. You don't have a unique ID. So we have created a biometric ID that says, this is this individual, these are his biometrics. This is his date of birth, according to him. Yeah, that's very important, Bruce. Where is he located? What does he do? But then you have all of his biometrics. So with that unique ID, you can actually tap into what that individual can do within the market. So the first thing we did was, okay, how do we build a system that starts STP from end to end? So if an issuer is coming to the market, which we've just tested in the last 3 biggest banks that did their offer in Nigeria, all you have to do is just put in what we call your NIN number, which is your national identity number. It populates everything about you that you have registered with the biometric registry company, which is called NMIC. And then nothing changes. That flows to you buying the instruments using your credit card or your bank transfer, because Nigeria's banking payment system has really, really, improved. I was telling somebody last night that it's easier to send money from Nigeria, from a bank in Nigeria to a client in Bank of America, than for somebody in the US to send money to somebody in Canada, because I think the processes are quite different and also elongated. But again, because of that ability to process transactions, we are able to shorten turnaround time for transactions to occur, and by extension, because we have a very younger generation of population, they tend to be very, very instant in what they do, whether it's gratification, whether it is settlements or what have you. They like to do it immediately. And I use my son as an example, who says, we still do T+3 in Nigeria, but the idea is that we're moving to T+1 very quickly, and the process has started with our SEC. He says that I don't invest in your market because, if I buy something from Amazon, I get it in the afternoon. If I don't like it, I return it that evening. By tomorrow, I have another one. If I buy instruments in your market, it takes me 3 days to get settled, whether I'm selling, or it takes me 3 days, whether I'm buying, it takes me 3 days for it to deliver. And when I'm selling, it takes me 3 days to sell. So between when I buy and when I sell is a week. So he says the day you start doing atomic transactions, that's the day probably you see younger people. So we understanding that we have a younger population, not minding that the corporates also have their own systems, but by shortening that transaction cycle, you're actually inviting those populations to be part of it. Because some data would have to confirm that I got the day before yesterday says that after the US, Russia, and I think one other South American country, Nigerians trade more cryptocurrency than anybody else in the world, which means most likely you're going to see a fast track in digital assets locally that are going to be produced, and the CSD has to be ready for that. So most of the investments we're doing currently is around enhancing capacity to be able to service that generation of investors, and also by extension, of course, the institutional investors who you have to, provide certain services and products and systems that will fit into what they're doing. But more important for us also is around standards. How does an investor come to Lagos and has the same rules and processes that he's used to, whether it's in Italy or in Turkey or in Indonesia, so that he's not rewriting the way he does business in that country. So for us, Standards are very important. Frameworks, regulatory are very important, so they're commonalized and based on best practices. So you minimize that, fragmentation, because when you have an investor or an institutional investor coming into this market, it's the same way he behaves as if he's in other places. That's been our priority in terms of that. Again, with the history of our country, governance is becoming more and more important. When we have to have it embedded in things that we do, so it has to be strong governance. So investments are actually towards ensuring that you have the right people, you have the right processes, you adopt the best governance possible, and which is why we try and get standard certifications. And I think Thomas Murray is here. We regularly get rated by them. We hadn't done that much because the pandemic and all of that, but I think they just finished a rating for us. It will soon come out. So those are the things that, if you focus on within the context of your environment, and then, continue to get that collaboration and integration within first your local, and then outside the local, and of course international, that should be able to help. Which is why we consistently work with ESA. I see Colin Parry is also here. I sit on the board of ESA. Again, is to adopt those standards, to be able to understand the governance around them, and more importantly, practice them, because that's also very important. What we struggle with is regulatory disparity and, of course, language. In West Africa, my friends in BVRM are writing their rules in French, hardly any interpretation in English. The Anglophone countries don't get to learn English. The French do learn English, and they're more reaching. So those are the kind of contrasts that we tend to work with. But I think as we begin to integrate more and more, the collaboration will be very effective. The results will be that issuers have a wider scope of market to participate, and by extension will drive order flow, which is what everybody wants in markets. And again, tons of liquidity. I will stop here, and if there's anything like call to action, I'll add that at the end of the conversation. And thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for your all sharings and your comments. And now, Bruce Butterell, the speech turn is the Executive Director of AXTA. Please, Mr. Bruce Butterell, I think you have also a presentation. It will be presented to the room as well. Okay, please.
I want to say it at the outset, it's an honor to have been invited to come to Istanbul. My wife and I were here 2 years ago for an extended vacation and fell in love with the country. So it was an honor to be invited to come back. The only downside is my wife is angry with me because she did not come along this trip. Just at the outset, I want to really reinforce something that each of the panelists have referred to, and that's the theme of collaboration. And while some people from the outside may perceive some of these attendance at some of these events as a bit of a boondoggle or extraneous activity, I've worked in this industry. I know I don't look it, but I started with CDS in Canada in 1982. So this is my 43rd year working in this business. I started when we were settling transactions with messengers running around with securities in envelopes and doing our 2-day batch settlements using Fortran computer cards. The world has certainly changed, and I've had the honor of seeing so much of that change come about. But one of the things that, as I've had the luxury of really seeing the world as working in the depository industry, is the importance of that collaboration. And I've developed sort of an axiom, if you will, about these meetings and about collaboration in our industry, and that is quite simply that if you, as management in a depository, are thinking about doing something, it is a virtual certainty that someone else in this industry is doing it already, is thinking about doing it like you, or has tried to do it and failed. And by meeting with those people, you can improve your business and dramatically improve your prospect for success in growing your business. So I am a tremendous advocate of attendance at these sorts of meetings, provided that you take the opportunity to network with your colleagues, not just listen to the talking heads on the stage, but utilize the time here to meet other people and share those experiences. Well, that's my 2 cents on collaboration. Because AECSD, in addition to being the executive director of the Americas Depository Association, who paid for my trip here, I'm also a consultant to a number of infrastructures around the region. So in deference to my client who paid for my trip, I'm going to give them 30 seconds of my slide presentation just to share a couple of things about AECSD before I move on to my brief presentation. I will say that being thousands of miles from home is somewhat liberating. I'm a little more restricted in what I'm able to say at home in terms of my perception of the markets in the Americas, but there's no one else here from Latin America, so I feel free to express my view, provided that Miguel behaves himself when he returns home to Ecuador. Very quickly, last week, AECSD introduced a new logo reflecting the digitization of our industry, changing from a logo we've had for the last 25 years. This is the 25th anniversary of the association, and this is the new image for AECSD. One slide giving a quick profile of what AECSD is about. It was an association established back in 1999, so as I said, this is 25 years. It was established initially by 13 CSDs in the region, and we now have 31 members, including straight from South Africa, who joined AECSD about 20 years ago now. Interesting piece about AECSD, I think, and one of the challenges we face as an association, we have the largest domestic CSD in the world, in DTCC from the US as one of our members, and very sophisticated markets such as Canada and Mexico and Brazil, also part of our membership. But in addition to that, we have some of the smallest capital markets in the world that we are trying to service and support as part of our organization. We operate in 2 languages, both Spanish and English. I'm thankful that I'm able to do this presentation in English and not subject you to my Spanish, which I had to do 2 weeks ago in Argentina. I really want to talk about, give you a very 5,000-foot view of some of the developments in America. And I thought it was, I'll start with T+1. As many of you certainly know, there was a major move to T+1 in the Americas that included, obviously led by the United States in May, but it also included Canada, Mexico, and Argentina. It also included Peru for some selective instruments. That had an implication for the Americas as well, since there's a great deal of interconnection in the region, particularly to the Canadian and US markets from Latin America. So there was obviously an implication of needing to make adjustments to operating processes in response to other markets. Something I find particularly interesting, since we've been talking about DLT and other emerging technologies for over a decade, but right now we have 10 plus CSDs in the region that are modernizing their core systems in partnership with a wide range of solution providers, some of which are in this room, but they are adopting traditional solutions. So what that tells me is there is a core belief, pardon the pun, there's a core belief that core systems are going to continue to be traditional systems for at least another decade, because no one develops and installs a new system and replaces it within a decade. So I think that's a dynamic that is surprising to a lot of people. I think the experience in in Australia may have scared some people about some new technologies, but I find that an interesting trend. Market connectivity, integration, and business diversification continue to be the major focus. And I want to talk a little about connectivity and integration. It's been a hot topic for CSDs as long as I've worked in this business. But I think it also leads to some great successes, but some great and large failures as a result. And I have some thoughts on why that is. The first one I want to highlight, and I guess because dating back to the 1980s, I was one of the architects of the link between CDS and DTC in the United States. This link started 40 years ago as a custody link where we literally took physical securities, loaded them into a Brinks truck, and delivered them from Toronto to New York City to support movement of securities that our participants in Canada need in order to settle securities transactions in the US. So it started off as a very rudimentary custody link. That link that started off as a basic custody link is now processing over 1 million trades a day, cross-border between Canada and the United States, and with an average value of $10.7 billion US. And I think the lesson here, and if there was a message to CSDs around the globe, be cautious and prudent about how you connect with other markets. One, it needs to be market-driven, in my view. This isn't a question of you build it, they will come. You need to have identified that they want to go and that you can build a highway to support that business. I think there is countless examples of where links have been built in hopes that that will attract business. And I think we've got the drivers in this process reversed, and we need to rethink the approach. These global links are taking a variety of modalities, obviously, with direct participation, bilateral participation, and connectivity using global custodians. Particularly prevalent in this space, obviously, are Clearstream, Euroclear, and DTCC. A couple of major developments in the region was the creation of the NUAM exchange. This was announced last year. That is the merger of the stock exchanges and the stock exchange groups in Colombia, Peru, and Chile. And this group is now based in Chile and is working fervently on the consolidation and integration of their processes to build a common trading platform for the region, a common clearing platform, but unfortunately it looks like they're not going to be able to get over the hurdle of a common CSD platform. And I'll make a couple of comments generally on that later on. Interestingly, this new exchange, new integrated exchange, will be processing in 4 currencies, each of the domestic currencies of the market as well as US dollars. Latinx in Panama is also ambitiously looking at integration focused on bringing together the markets in Central America, and I won't list them off there, but they're making headway in terms of bringing these markets together and smoothing the ability of investors in each of these markets to clear and settle their transactions in the other markets. They've also developed an iLink process with Euroclear, which allows investors to access custody and transaction processing for Eurobonds. This is just an example of the things that are going on in the region. Certainly is not a holistic view given the 15 minutes that I have, but very quickly, I wanted to also highlight another important theme for CSDs, and that's business diversification. Dating back really decades now, a lot of CSDs have adopted this philosophy that they want to take greater control over their own destiny. CSDs are largely dependent on the volumes generated by exchanges that deliver transaction volume to them. CSDs have clearly recognized that taking a degree of control, diversifying the revenues, stabilizing the revenues, and helping to spread the cost base for their organization across more lines of business is proving beneficial. And this is just a very small sample of some of the things that people are looking at in the post-trade area. The last thing I wanted to say was, and this is the sort of thing I feel uncomfortable saying when I'm at home because it may upset some people. Challenges we face in the Americas, and this would be particularly focused on the Central America, the Caribbean, and South America. Political uncertainty in many markets impacts investor and issuer confidence, which creates challenges in getting traction. People don't have to invest in Latin America, and certainly many investors in Latin America put most of their investment in North America rather than domestically. And the political uncertainty and the rapidly changing political situation in many countries creates a great deal of investor discomfort. The second issue here is probably the more sensitive issue, and one that I feel absolutely passionate about. Latin America has about 3% of the world's capital flows, but has about 23% of the world's market infrastructure. We have absolutely tiny markets in Latin America that are supporting 2 securities depositories. And while it's the philosophy of many regulators and many people looking at the market that believe that competition is good for driving down prices, well, yes, I believe that competition is good for promoting business diversification and service levels, etc. But I've said this before, and people are probably tired of hearing me say it. The worst managers in the world with volume will beat 2 CSDs that are the most efficiently run, operating the same volume on 2 separate systems. Volume is king in this business, and that necessitates us revisiting or constantly revisiting the need for consolidation and elimination of duplication. And I know it's a difficult task. We undertook it in Canada in the early 90s by consolidating 3 CSDs into 1. In 1980, in today's dollars, the cost to clear and settle an exchange trade in Canada was $1.62 in today's money. The cost to clear and settle a transaction in Canada today is 1/2 cent US. That's what volume does. We went from doing 12,800 trades a day in a very physical environment to doing between 3.5 and 5 million trades a day. Volume is king. The other point I would make is reinforcing this point, small CSDs need to respond to the demands of international standards, due diligence, cyber resilience, and technology, and we need to put our heads together on how we can share information and approaches on those things, because the organization that's processing 1,000 shares a day, 1,000 transactions a day, has very similar demands from a cybersecurity point of view, for example, of the organization that's processing 1 million trades a day. They just don't have the same revenue base or transaction base to share those costs. One final point, my last ACSD update. The ACSD General Assembly next year will be in Cancun, Mexico, in the 3rd week in March, from March 19th to 21st, and you're all certainly would be most welcome to attend. We also launched our new website last week at acsta.org. And if you are interested in participating in the monthly webinar series that AXTA puts on, we run webinars monthly on a very wide range of subjects, and they are free and available to anyone that wants to attend. You simply need to go into the AXTA website and register your name and contact information on our contacts list, and we will ensure that you get the information you require, so that if there is a webinar that you want to participate in, you're certainly free to do so. I would add that all of the webinars that we conduct are recorded, and the link to the recording is on our website. So you can go and look at the last 3 years of webinars that we have conducted, and you may find subjects that you're interested in. So with that, I think I stayed within my 15 minutes or close to it. Thank you again for the invitation to be here.
Thanks a lot. It's really very valuable, your participation and this information shared by you. And during other presentation, we mentioned that almost half of the population are in these countries of these regions. And thanks a lot from coming Americas and also participating AXTA's information here made almost this panel and whole the summit like a half WFC meeting. So thanks a lot. And actually we are almost finishing. I want to just ask a simple question if you have something more to say, and I just want to point out the thing that what do you think, how can we take for example, a specific topic to collaborate? For example, fastly and concretely, for example, omnibus accounts, we made it alive 4 years ago with regulations, and Euroclear is a member of us, and we are working, for example, with Kazakhstan to make it also possible. And we think that this kind of direct links might be applied so fastly and we can make that kind of things alive, or technological infrastructure collaborations takes much more time sometimes. What do you think? How can we go on fastly? For example, do you have a specific something as a project, for example? Just if you have, it's not a detailed explanation. As a last sentence is Mr. Haruna Waziri. Maybe you have some things to say more yet, please.
Now it's on. What I think is that we need to have, we just signed an MOU between AMEDA and AECSD. I think there should be a framework for joint regulatory committee to look at it, to say how can you make this work, okay? The second is that we should have a task force of policymakers who would sit and try and bridge the gap that we have. We have to have a roadmap for that bilateral or multilateral linkages. We are doing that in Africa, but it should also be something we should do. So 2 or 3 things that are achievable within the context of the bilaterals, but heart of it is the regulatory framework to allow for that, and also have some kind of task force that can take it forward. Otherwise, when we leave here, that's it.
Okay. Okay, thanks. You have another thing from Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, or Americas? If you have last sentences, please. If not, we can finish it. Yeah, please. Yes, please. It's close or not? Does it work or not? Okay.
Yeah, maybe learning from the long-time initiative in ASEAN. I think everybody aware about the ASEAN Fund Passport. It's not implemented yet, for sure. I think some items that I try to highlight here, I think before we explore things to cooperate, apart from the technology cooperation, if we talk about more regional or bilateral connectivity, talking about inflow and outflow, I think each of us has to conquer the fear of having a link, meaning encouraging outflow, right? That's always the fear that most of the countries have when they try to have a linkage to certain country or multilateral. Wow, investors will invest outside the countries. I think we need to conquer that fear first as the FMI. And the second one, I think we really need to involve also, engage closely among FSA, among the regions, not only CSDs, so involved in the close communication with them. And the third one is absolutely like you said, it has to be a technology-driven solution, like execution. So whatever the solution given to the market participant is not creating or adding an additional burden of cost to them. And then the last one is actually harmonization in the legal framework, investment product standard, and also rating standard. For example, I'm trying to take example, mutual fund. Can we try to work together on the mutual fund rating standard across regions? I know it's not easy because in Indonesia we are still working on that. But if we don't address that issue, I think if we're talking about one country or people in other country to invest, for example, to Indonesian mutual fund, it will be quite challenging if the rating itself is not internationally acknowledged or accepted. So I think harmonization in legal framework should be followed with harmonization in the investment product standard as well. So I think that's 2 cents of my opinion, Dr. Ekram. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Bandaral Khail, do you have last sentences?
Sure. Thank you. I just would like to thank you, the panelists, for sharing this interesting information. And maybe last thing I would like to add, maybe I mentioned earlier, add some teams to activate these MOUs for collaborations, but I would like to echo what my colleague Bruce just said, to utilize these events to network with our colleagues and friends. I was thinking maybe we need to add some topics or suggest topics for every association's meeting to discuss, to share knowledge. But maybe this is difficult. Maybe, as Bruce said, networking, utilizing these events to share knowledge and experiences would be actually very beneficial for everyone. And again, thank you very much for having us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. And Mr. Bruce Bandaral, if you have last sentences, please. If not, we can finish.
Just a couple of words. Talk to your customers and talk to your customers and talk to your colleagues. That will give you the information you need to move your business forward.
Okay, thanks a lot. That's a good summary. Thanks a lot. Okay, it was really very great panel to discuss and to share all these experiences. Actually, yesterday you were jogging for experiences. Actually, if you collect all these experiences, maybe it makes 100 years of experiences that was shared to the participants. Thanks a lot for participation and your valuable speech. Thanks.
On the stage for a moment because we will have a gift presentation for you all. Okay, I think I've gotten my voice across. Can I ask you to stay on stage just for a moment while we have a gift presentation for you? Now, for our gift presentation, I would like to invite Vice Chairman of the Capital Markets Board of Turkey and Chairman of MKK, Mr. Ali İhsan Güngör. Welcome. And now our gifts will begin to come through. Perhaps we'll begin from the very top, from our first panelist, Haruna Celo Waziri. And we'll keep you there for a photo as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Haruna Celo Waziri. Next up, can we invite Mr. Bruce Butterill to receive his gift? Oh, it's a bit heavy. And now we'll invite Miss Imelda Sebayang to receive her gift. Oh, Imelda. Imelda. Evet, evet. And now our last guest to receive his gift, for Karachi to come over here as well, Mr. Bandar Al-Kahil. And now we also have a gift. Yes. Now we also have our last but not least gift for Dr. Ekrem Arıkan, also to be presented by Mr. Ali İhsan Güngör. Yemek arası ne kadar? Yemek arası ne kadar Okay, evet. Thank you so much to both of you. Now that brings us to the end of the first panel discussion, and we'll continue with our panel discussions throughout the day. But now we've got a lunch break, so please feel free to have a wander around, stretch your legs, and something nice to eat, and we'll welcome you back after the lunch break. Thank you. Açık mı? Okay. So just to let you know, we have an hour and a half for lunch. An hour and a half. lunch. And now we will begin our second panel, Borsa İstanbul Group presentation. So I will invite the participants for this panel now. First up, we have Associate Professor Dr. Güzhan Gülay, Executive Vice President of Borsa İstanbul Turkey. Welcome. And next up, we have Mr. Taşkın Öker, Executive Vice President of Takas Bank Turkey. And our last participant is Özkan İlkay Kızıltoprak, Executive Vice President of Market Operations, Merkezi Kayıt Kuruluşu. Now I'll leave you to enjoy our next panel discussion.
Well, I would like to welcome you all, our distinguished guests and our colleagues, to this informative panel. We are going to just try to give you some insights about what we are doing internationally with our partners and with our colleagues here. And so I would like to start immediately so that I will not take your time too much. So, well, I can just start with the services on the exchange technology that we do for our clients and for our colleagues here. So, what we do internationally is that we first, let me just give you some examples from that. We have just done this with our colleagues in the Middle East, some exchanges, some CCP and CSD centers, and also we have some other services extra apart from this that I will just tell you, and I will just have them on the presentation also. So first of all, when we take a project together with our customers, we like to be in the design study, because sometimes the CRs are more expensive than the design studies. So we always try to be in the building up process, so that we will just transfer our know-how and our knowledge to our customers. And by the way, let me just tell you one more thing. We have just been through these. So together with our group companies, Takas Bank and MKK, we have these experiences and we have these extra know-how from our own programs. So the program management and project management is also done by us if needed. And we do have a project management department, more than 20 people. And more than the half is on the Takas Bank side. And so when we have a project management, a project to manage, we do also involve it with the project management. And so the testing and business IT is the other things that we are using. Usually we are helping our customers on the NASDAQ applications, because they are almost more than half of the world is using NASDAQ technology, including most of our colleagues here. So whenever there is a renewal, especially nowadays the equator is out of fashion, and so they are going to just change it. So we have to be prepared for that. So we are, but no worries, we are totally ready for that. And what we do, we also do the testing for our customers. We do the early customer tests, we do the acceptance tests, and we do have experienced and people who has the know-how and the experience on these facilities, or whatever you call them. I mean, the preparation, the test case writing, and also the acceptance or rejection of the test cases. And so negotiating, especially with the program writers, and so that finding the right solution for our customers. And also, as you know, whenever you change a system, there is a trouble. None of your applications work with the new applications, new systems. So you have to make some middleware programming or change some adaptations, make some adaptations, change the sources or the others. So we here also have some solutions for you. And I can just give you some numbers. My colleagues will also just inform you about that. But in Borsa Istanbul alone, we do have 285 IT personnel. So about 80 of them are specially for the NASDAQ applications, and the other ones are for the middlewares, networking and all the other facilities on the IT side. So we have I think a huge one for the IT. So we can just handle any programming or any changes in your own programs and in your own applications. And also when we just come to the troubles when you have a new application or any new system, the other problem is the migration. So you have to always have your old data transferred to your new programs from the legacy systems, and you have to have it right without any losses. And also you have to adapt the old data to be readable or to be useful with the new system. So the adaptation period is sometimes very difficult. And that's one of the other things that we also help you in, because we have done it 4 times in our own systems. Because we have just had 4 systems, and we have just transferred them in a period of time between 2015 and 18 into new systems. So within this time period, we have done it 4 times. So we are so experienced about that. And also the Go Live support and post-Go Live support is also the other things that we are doing. And when we come to the other services, rather than these trading systems or exchange systems, we do have the technical documentation support when you have a application like connecting the 2 exchanges together, and if you need some technical writing about the application, because sometimes it is difficult to tell the counterparties what is it all about. We have the technical documentation support. We do have index calculations, and we do it for lots of investors, lots of investment firms and portfolio management firms in Turkey. We do calculate indexes, and after we have just completed the ISCO rules and regulations, we are going to be ready to have the international index programming, and so we will just save fortunes while you are giving them to other index firms, which has a reputation all over the world, but also needs a lot of money to continue for the business. And also training and testing support for the surrounding systems like the data wall or the other surveillance, business operation activities and others are also in our scope. Microservice operating and monitoring applications that we write, for example, and we do have a research and development division in our IT department. So, for example, the Jindo, which is a microservice operating and monitoring application, is also written by us and is given to another customer, and more than one customer, in fact, to be used for these facilities. PTRM support, which is the pre-trade risk management. We have also just developed some good programs for that, and we have just sold it back to the origin between you and us. So, and the data dissemination is another facility that we are using, that we are just giving to the other customers. We have also done we have done we still disseminate 3 exchanges data to the whole world. And we do have some hubs some co-location hubs in Great Britain. So you would just be able to send your data faster than through the data dissemination channels and companies. So when we come to the BizTech trading system, what is BizTech trading system? BizTech trading system is something that we have just bought from NASDAQ about 5 years ago or 8 years ago, let's say. And it was a Genominet-based program, trading program, including the settlement and custody. And so this program is continuously developed by us, by our customers, by our developers, and it is going to be still in fashion. I mean, it is not out of fashion. It is still a up-to-date program with all the partitions and also with the other facilities with the co-location and HFT and everything. So we do have 27 countries in the list to sell this program because we own the codes. And we just do it for the Turkey countries, Balkans and Middle East, and the Far East. So also we provide some services about the giving support for the trading systems for the Far East exchanges. So far we are serving for 4 or 5 of them. So about the so it's
time is up now, okay, so if you can wind it up, that would
all right.
be great. Thank you.
Then I can go. Okay,
sure.
Okay, I'm going.
Whenever you're ready to
right. Okay, thank you very much.
To wind.
So we have also implemented our program in TÜRİP, and we do have some solutions which a few companies has, and it is the CASA application which we give it for the mercantile exchanges. And we have some features, and whoever is interested, I can just give you them in detail later on. And as I said before, we have the PTRM API solutions and some other technical solutions. So I have just mentioned them in my speech before. We also develop the index programs, not only the programs, but also not the indexes, but also index programs. So the time is up. Sorry for that. I wish I would just have more time, but thank you very much for listening. And if any questions, I'm at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you to Mr. Guzhan Gülay. And I just want to make a point here. I misinformed you before. This was a session of a presentation by Borsa İstanbul Group, not a panel discussion, but a panel discussion is coming up after we finish our presentations. So next up, we have Taşkın Öker, Executive Vice President of Takas Bank Türkiye.
Dear guests, my name is Taşkın Öker, and I'm working as the Executive Vice President and responsible for IT at Takas Bank. Thank you for your participation to this session. But before I want to start the presentation, and I would like to underline an awareness that we all know. The first Olympics were held in the early 20th century, and 100-meter running world record was broken in 10.6 seconds. In the 2024 Olympics, the same distance was run in 9.8. The worst record in this race was 9.9. In short, you cannot run in the finals today with the old world record performance. Nothing has changed in the human body over time. What made the difference was the processing of the data. Speed of the data processing has increased a lot in recent years. We determine our goals and produce solutions according to outputs of the processed data new needs and developments. As Takas Bank, we established a strong organization that believes in how data processing can make a big difference, and we work together. Takas Bank provides quite a wide range of services. Takas Bank core services are its banking, central counterparty, as you know, it's CCP, clearing and settlement services, as well as its custody services. As seen in the slide, our bank has many services and offers in the financial ecosystem. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to talk about all of these services in this short time. If you'd like to get more detailed information, you can visit our website www.takasbank.com.tr. Today, I will only focus on blockchain technologies, which has been quite trendy worldwide in the recent years. I would like to talk about BIGA, our blockchain-based digital asset, and its platform, Takas Chain. Takas Bank vision is create a transfer and payment system based on blockchain technology. The main focus area is defined as development of blockchain infrastructure that can be used in the existing financial ecosystem. In other words, development of tokenization infrastructure. We define three focus areas underlying asset privacy and regulatory compliance. When current blockchain projects are examined, it's seen that digital assets are not supported by an underlying physical asset. In addition, it's observed that there is high volatility in the markets. As known in blockchain world, most of the current digital assets are not based on a physical asset. In order to prevent unexpected market volatility, each digital asset of the current financial sector is predefined on a physical basis in blockchain-based solutions. In terms of privacy and regulation, there are two main types of blockchain networks. The first one, every transaction is visible to everyone, and the second one, no details are available. This is one of the biggest issues that makes it difficult for regulations to adopt this technology. Therefore, we found the solution to this problem by creating a third type of blockchain network. The solution is called zero-knowledge algorithm. Zero-knowledge algorithms are used in the BIGA and the Takas Chain platform and provide a transaction infrastructure that complies with financial regulations. This structure is designed to allow the sender and the receiver to view all transactions privately. The parties to approve or reject a transaction even if they are not available to see content of transactions. As you know, mathematics is magic. The regulatory parties on the system to view the content of any transactions at any time. We started working on the BIGA project in 2017. It was the first project-built blockchain infrastructure and is now a product in use. BIGA is the first digital asset represented Takas Chain. BIGA means 1 gram of gold in Turkish. BIGA is a digital tool that enables the transfer of the gold, the certain standards, and a physical store. This transfer is done in a secure, controlled, and confidential manner through non-physical means. BIGA cannot be mined. Each 1 BIGA is equal to 1 gram of physical gold. It's a type of stable coin. BIGA is created in exchange for physical gold stored in Borsa İstanbul vaults or Turkish state mint vaults. We aim to establish a transfer and payment system infrastructure using blockchain technology. BIGA is the first enterprise blockchain network established in the Turkish financial ecosystem. Before the BIGA business model, let me briefly explain gold transfer system, GTS. GTS is developed by Takas Bank with traditional technology, and it enables gold transfer between banks and the end user. By the GTS project, gold physically stored in secure Borsa İstanbul and Turkish state mint vaults are converted into the digital BIGA assets. Each digital asset is produced according to its physical basis. By the way, 1 BIGA is transferred to the users' accounts held on the digital asset platform in the exchange for 1 gram of gold. In opposite case, 1 BIGA is converted into 1 gram of physical gold. End users can perform their transactions through mobile applications provided by them, Takas Bank member banks. Users can exchange their big assets via the node and convert them into non-physical gold. End users can also withdraw their gold physically if they wish. At the end of the 2019, the blockchain-based transfer platform was launched with the bigger digital gold. The platform was created to enable the transfer of digital assets using blockchain technology. In the created structure, compliance with regulations and full privacy for end users on the blockchain were ensured using the zero-knowledge algorithm. A permissioned blockchain network was used, which allowed only bigger member institutions to participate as node in the blockchain network. All business rules were developed through smart contracts. The first phase was implemented in 2019 with the participation of our country's leading bank. Although sufficient infrastructure was provided for the transfer of gold in the first stage, its use for other assets was not possible due to limitations of the zero-knowledge algorithms used. Following Takas Bank R&D improvements, the value space was expanded from 2 to the power 32 to 2 to the power 64. In other words, it increased from almost 4.2 billion to 18.4 quintillion. This expansion allowed to all assets to be represented on the blockchain. In addition, with the increase the value space, decimal transaction became possible. While increasing the value space, the transaction completion time was reduced from 3 seconds to 1. Another important issue in the blockchain usage is scalability. If not scaled correctly, data on the blockchain can take up too much space over time. This can lead to problems such as slowing down transactions on the blockchain and difficulties in storing the chain. Following the improvement effort, the size of the transaction was reduced from 22 kilobytes to 5. With these improvements, the Takas chain tokenization infrastructure was created. The bigger product has become the first digital asset represented on Takas chain. In 2024, with the integration of Turkish statement, the number of gold custodians in the system was increased. We gained important experience from the project during the process. These projects have allowed us to make major improvements and valuable learnings. One of the key points was increased mobility of gold, a critical asset in the financial field. We also successfully established first blockchain network within the Turkish financial sector. Another important achievement is the ability of blockchain technologies and traditional technologies to work together in a hybrid format. In this way, the old one and the new one work smoothly in the same picture. We have built a blockchain technology transfer and payment systems that allows users to conduct transactions seamlessly. We have also supported the development of blockchain ecosystem through our work. These experiences will give us as we lead and develop the technology in the financial sector. Thank you for listening to me as I conclude my remarks here. If you'd like to learn more about Takas chain and BIGA, our team will be happy to provide more detailed information and answer your questions after this session. Thank you.
For your presentation, we'll ask you to take a seat again, and now we'll invite our last presenter, Mr. Özkan İlkay Kızıltoprak, Executive Vice President, Market Operations from the MKK. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Dear guests, today I would like to focus on the 5 pillars, especially important for fostering collaboration and innovations within inter-regional landscape. So these 5 pillars is enhance interoperability, staying competitive, regulatory landscape, client-centric approach, and sustainability, ECH, environment, social, and governance. So we need to focus on these 5 pillars. When we look at the first one is the enhanced interoperability, because with this pillar, we need to create a globalized market in which there are standard protocols and platforms. It can be done within this system. So in order to create a globalized market, there are 3 items we have identified. One of them, creating and setting omnibus account. You know, an easiest way and simplify the transactions. When you open an omnibus account, there is a minimum fee you have charged to make the international settlement. So we have in MKK, we have few omnibus account. One of them is Euroclear, is very active account. The second one is the dual listing method. At this model, the equities are traded, registered and traded at the same time at the 2 different countries. So the benefit of this process is getting the margin, benefiting of margin trading process. So in Turkey, we have one example, DOCO shares. At the same time, the same shares are traded in Istanbul Stock Exchange and also Austrian Stock Exchange as well. The third one, opening account opening process. So especially for the foreign countries, we can be the center of the collection of account opening documentations. In Turkey, we are the financial account center. Our regulators define as MKK as a financial account center. So we are able to set a process in order to collect the data, account opening documentations from the foreign customer, especially in the creation of the digital ID. In order to start in Turkey to buy and sell process, this account opening documentation process will be getting much more important for our customers. Another one, in the morning sessions, we talk about creating a digital unique ID. Maybe if we want to foster our collaborations and innovations, so maybe we need to focus on this one within the inter-regional, as an inter-regional activity. We can create a digital ID, unique digital ID. It's applicable at all countries. The second pillar is the staying competitive. As you know, today the fintechs are giving a custody service as well. So in this case, to stay resilient against fintech disruption, CSD must focus on integrating API portal. So with this integration, we need to increase our integration with all the stakeholders, and also we need to concentrate on international level as well. APIs enable easy connection between various platforms, and API-driven architecture eliminate capacity issue by allowing scalable real-time data exchange, and so on. The second one under the fintech disruption, automation, robotic process automation. So as you know, the cost is more important thing. In our CSD, in MKK as well, there are many manual process. In order to minimize this process and in order to diminish our cost, so we need to put a RPA structure. So with this process, human-related associated with the human-related cost, also we need to decrease the participant stakeholder commission as well. The third one under the fintech staying competitive, we have all CSD create value-added services. One of them is the electronic general meeting system. Currently, with this system, which means that
all the listed company in stock exchange, Istanbul Stock Exchange, they should use the electronic general meeting. So with this system, the company integrate all the company informations electronically transferred to the electronic general meeting system. The system sent the notification to the shareholders at the same time with the virtual onboard, with the virtual things video stream, and also all the investor can able to see and participate to the general meeting. Currently, Indonesia is using our customized eGEM general meeting system. The other one is a value-added services electronic board of directors system. So with this system, we can organize all the organization, especially board of directors and the company executive on the virtual basis. So with this system, the companies make their decisions based on this over this system, and then send all the resolutions automatically to the trade registry system as well. The last one is under the staying competitive crowdfunding process, crowdfunding system. The crowdfunding system is very new, so if you need any idea, if you need any fund through the platform with the integration of MKK system, all the new company entrepreneur create their shares in our system, and all investor, end user and investor see their shares in our system as well. These shares are also visible in our mobile application simultaneously. The fourth one, the staying competitive, is the central bank digital currency integration. This is very transformative idea. I know in Turkey we have a POC type of things is managed by the Central Bank of Turkey. So the settlement, CST, can be connected with this system in order to make the clearing and the settlement process as well. This can be done maybe in the future or maybe near future, but this is very important if you want to increase or if you want to go the atomic type of settlement system. Definitely we need to integrate the central digital currency system as well. So the other one is the regulatory landscape. I'm not sure how much time I have. One? Really? Okay. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to continue later on. Okay, the last one is maybe the regulatory landscape. For the regulatory one, there shouldn't be gap between the technology changes and regulatory. So based on our current expertise, based on our system, so we need to define relevant regulations. So the most important thing, creating the asset classes. For example, in Turkey, we have agricultural products, and producer go to the license warehouse. They can store their products. These products are registered in our system, converted into electronic one. The other one is e-commodity. For any storable, any measurable products, physical products can be converted into electronic form in our system as well. You know the digital asset. We have many talks about it, but I'm going to the other one on the maybe 2 minutes we have. Risk management. Risk monitoring is another important factor in order to understand the trends and anomaly. Cyber risk, it's again another important thing. because we know the cyber risk, but we know in order to make to understand what is going on in the world, definitely we need to understand best practices in other regions. So we need to have a collaboration in the cyber risk as well. The client-centric approach, we have two models. One is mobile application, is available in Turkey. And financial literacy is another important factor, but we are collecting many data, and with this data, we are submitting through our website, which is called data analytic platform, and the investor can understand the trends and economic structure. This is another important factor in order to increase financial literacy. The last one is the sustainability. We have a disclosure platform. Tomorrow we will discuss, we will give much more information about them. But the corporate reporting, ECH, is another important one. But in order to identify the problem, we need to get some details from the company. So with this platform, all the company sent their informations this platform, so we can identify the problem. That's why this is very important. The last one, the green finance, carbon emissions. As you know, CDS can play a very good role in order to make a registry and current system. So all the carbon allowance can be credited electronically in our system and make the integration with the other party easily. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Özkan İlkay Kızıltoprak. We'll ask you to stay seated for a moment because now we will have a gift presentation for you. So for that, I would like to invite CEO and board member of MKK and AECSD Chairman, Dr. Ekrem Arıkan, on stage, please. So we'll get one more group photo before we let our presenters go. So a warm round of applause for all our AECSD Istanbul presenters. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, up next on the program, we have our executive panel, which is Bridging Capital Markets and Redesigning the Role of CDSs in the Digital Era. So first up, I would like to invite our moderator for this panel, Abdullah Jafer Abdin, President of AMEDA, Vice Chairman of WFC, COO Bahrain Clear. Welcome. And to join the panel are our speakers. First up is Yedil Medo, Chairman of World Forum of CDS's Deputy Chairman of Kazakhstan Central Securities Depository. Our next speaker is Sara Taraune. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Security Depository Center, Jordan. Welcome. And last but not least, our next speaker is Emir Münir Sarpyener. He's the board member and general manager of Tera Yatırım Menkul Değerler, Türkiye. So please enjoy our panel discussion, and I'll be with you again. Are we missing someone? Yes, we are indeed. Beg your pardon. Our last speaker for this panel is Jesse Kagoma, Chief Executive Officer, CDSC Kenya. Welcome. So enjoy the discussion, and I'll be with you once that comes to an end. Thank you.
I think that was one of the disadvantages of having this session after the lunch, so sorry for that, Jesse. Anyway, good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. I think, as Mr. Bross said, I come like more than 2 to 3 times to this lovely country, especially this lovely city. And I think for the first time I come alone without my wife. And I remember in 2015 we had a WFC meeting in Cancun, and I was just thinking for 2 days, how can I convince my wife that I have a meeting in Cancun? So if anybody in this hall knows Bross's wife, please call her and ask her to go and join him for the next meeting. Sorry for that, Bross. Anyway, so we have an outstanding panel of experts today. So our esteemed panel of experts will provide an insight on AI and tokenization and their perspective and critical shifts, redefining capital markets, the evolving role of CSDs in this digital era, and how we can use these technologies to position ourselves and success in this rapidly changing environment. Usually I sit in this part of the seats, and for the first time I do this being as a moderator. And when I've been offered to moderate, I was about to reject the idea, but I had my younger brother, Dr. Gonzale, which actually encouraged me and helped me in these questions. So on my left, I'll start with you, Jesse. So Jesse is the CEO of the Center of Depositories and Settlement Corporation in Kenya. He has more than 20 years experience in finance, banking, and capital market. And then my colleague Yedil, he is the Deputy Chairman of the Management Board of Center Securities of KCSD, and he is also the Chairman of WC. He has over 15 years in experience in securities market in Kazakhstan, as well as the capital markets of Miami. We have my colleague Amir. He is board member and general manager in Tera Yatırım. He has extensive experience and knowledge spanning 30 years in the Turkish capital markets. And finally, my colleague Sara, she's the CEO of Securities Depository Center in Jordan. She's been working for SDC for more than 18 years, and she's also recently been elected as a board member of ANA. My first question is to you, Jesse, if I may. How can CSDs ensure security and compliance in a rapidly evolving digital landscape?
Thank you. Thank you. I think for the purpose of the security of CSD, we have to understand as CSD what we actually sell to our customers is a trust and confidentiality. making sure that the digital assets move from the seller to the buyer, and the settlement obligations are settled from, between the two parties. So in actual sense, we have to make sure that the security of the movement of the digital asset is key. Cybersecurity is an issue when digital assets are involved. And that's why we have to, have a way of making sure that the movement of those securities is secure. I know most of our African continent and colleagues, we are trying as much as possible to make sure that we secure our digital assets. And all over globally, I'm sure that's an issue. So what are these things that we need to do for us to make sure that we are, don't have issue with the cybersecurity? It's just to make sure that the communication and connection between parties and system is secure. And there are ways that we can do that using cryptography techniques, where you either use a symmetrical key encryption, where you use one same key between the two communication channels, or you can use the asymmetrical key encryption, where you have two different keys, and that's more secure than symmetrical one. There is also issue of using the public key encryption, where you use some mathematical, numbers, to make sure that the data that's read from one end, the only person who can see the data on the other end is someone who has the mathematical figure. Now, with all that, you secure your data, your communication and connection between the systems and the parties. But again, you also need to be careful of your compliance within your ecosystem. And I know most of our regulatory bodies are always on our back trying to make sure that we follow the regulatory frameworks that are in different jurisdictions. So that is key to make sure that we collaborate with the regulatory framework to ensure compliance, and we have the threat of what we are carrying, which is the trust and confidentiality of the digital asset, is made safe, or we comply with the laid down regulation so that everything is safe. Plus, as well, working with the trusted parties, because when you work with non-regulated parties, which are an issue, then you also have a risk of getting into cybersecurity issues, because there are people who are not bothered with whatever movement of assets taking place. But you as a CSD, because you're in business of selling trust and confidentiality, that compliance has to be there, and therefore you have to collaborate with your regulator at the same time, follow the laid down regulations in your market. I think that's the more how we can be secure as far as that's concerned, by trying to build the cybersecurity and trying to be compliant within the market.
Thank you, Jesse. My next question is to Yadil. So what is the broader role of the CSDs in connecting and bridging capital markets across different regions?
Yeah, thank you, Abdullah. So first of all, I think that because we are CSD communities, everyone agrees that CSD play a fundamental role in ensuring the efficient, safe, and transparent functioning of capital market. And our core function is directly support the integrity of financial market. And today we can see that CSD's role has evolved beyond national boundaries. And today there are essential connectors between the local and global capital markets. However, ability to connect local markets and global markets, it mostly depends on local regulation and CSD operating model. On the last annual general meeting of ACG, which was in early September this year, I had a chance to discuss operating model of KSD in South Korea. And I found out that KSD, they are key providers. They provide access to the settlements with foreign securities for Korean market participants, and their status it is defined by law. So it means that Korean market participants, they have to use the services of KSD to settle their transactions on the foreign securities market. And I was surprised, but under the KCSD, under the custody, it was like 120 billion US dollar assets. And also, I found out that KCD also has like bilateral connections with regional CSDs like JASDEC and others. So we agreed to continue discussions on establishing the links between Kazakhstan and KCD on the upcoming event in December in Korea. Another good example is Turkey. We, as Dr. Arikan mentioned, we already started establishing the link between Kazakhstan CSD and MKK from the beginning of this year. Now we're finalizing this work, and what we found out that there are some local conditions to establish such link. So firstly, through this link in Turkey, it is possible to settle only government securities. So if you want to settle, like, if you want to gain access to the stocks or corporate bonds, you have to go to the custodian banks, local custodian banks. Secondly, even if you can have like direct account within the MKK, the mandatory condition is to assign one of local custodian banks as account operator. And third, the final decision on opening accounts within MKK should be approved by Capital Market Board of Turkey. So the decision taking on a very high level to give access to the foreign CSD in Turkey. However, at the same time, India, for example, has a completely different operating model. I think mostly it's because they don't recognize omnibus accounts. So it means that foreign CSDs, they cannot open direct accounts within the Indian CSDs. And if they want, if a foreign investor, they want to get access to Indian market, they should open accounts within the local custodian banks. And that accounts will be segregated accounts. Usually openness of CSD and ability of connect local and global securities market, it depends on recognition of nominal holding concept, or is it possible to open omnibus account within the CSD, or it is not possible. Another important condition is control of capital flows. If there are some controls for foreign investors, and for CSDs, it is difficult to establish such bilateral link. Also, there are some other different conditions. The first one is a settlement cycle. The second is reliable settlement infrastructure. And last but not least is simple tax administration. By standardizing practices and building interoperable systems, CSDs facilitate cross-border investments and make it easier for capital to flow across the different regions. And this connectivity, it enables issuer to tap into broader investor base and allows investor access to diverse markets, enhancing liquidity and market depth. Looking ahead, CSDs will continue to act as a bridge integrating emerging markets with established financial centers and enabling more seamless capital flows across the borders, which is crucial for supporting regional economic development.
Thank you. I think most of region and international issuers have seen the concentration on conventional assets. I've seen a good example in the US that there was an issuer combining, or let's say, kind of hybrid model of having conventional assets combined by tokenized assets. So my question is to you, Amir, if I may. So how can tokenization reshape the role of CSDs in capital markets?
Thank you, Abdullah. I think tokenization has the potential to significantly reshape the role of CDs in capital markets in several different ways. First of all, I believe it will enhance efficiency, and this will be through automation and real-time settlement. If we talk about automation, tokenization can streamline process through smart contracts, reducing the need for manual intervention. And if we talk about real-time settlements with tokenized assets, settlement times can be drastically shortened, allowing for near instantaneous transactions. It will also broaden the market access. This will be through fractional ownership and increasing global participation. If we talk about fractional ownership, tokenization allows for division of assets into smaller units, enabling more investors to participate in markets that were previously inaccessible. And if we talk about global participation, tokenized assets can be traded across borders, attracting a more diverse investor base. And this could be done 7/24. Tokenization, I believe, will also increase transparency. This will be through the use of blockchain technology. And as blockchain technology enhances transparency by providing a tamper-proof ledger of all transactions, auditing or traceability of assets will become a lot more easier. And this will help in terms of compliance and regulatory reporting. There will be new financial products. Tokenization will enable development of new innovative financial products such as tokenized funds or derivatives, expanding the offerings available in capital markets. Tokenization will also enhance risk management by providing better data analytics and insight into asset performance. But there are also some challenges. As assets become digital tokens, the traditional custodial role of CSDs will have to change. They may need to adapt their services to support digital asset custody. And this will require collaboration with all stakeholders. CSDs might need to integrate with blockchain networks, becoming facilitator for token issuance and trading rather than just custodians of traditional securities. Tokenization could lead to development of new regulation requiring CSDs to adapt to maintain compliance. CSDs may find themselves in a position to work closely with regulators to shape the landscape of tokenized markets. Overall, tokenization presents both challenges and opportunities for CSDs. By implementing some changes, CSDs can remain integral to capital markets ecosystem, providing essential services in a rapidly changing landscape. I think this will summarize my words.
Thank you. Thank you. I think within the digital era, there are few challenges or main challenges such as mitigating risk and also operational efficiency, and just to make sure that it's seamless integration between the conventional and digital. So my question to you, Sarah, is that what are the key challenges and opportunities CSDs face in adopting to the digital era?
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Abdullah. And I want to say before I start addressing your question that we're lucky to have you as a moderator. You did mention it's your first time moderating a panel, so lucky us. It's very nice to be among this very experienced people with CSD backgrounds and FMI institutions. Well, going back to your question now, we all know that CSDs are one of the FMI institutions who started early in time embracing this new digitization, I would say, transformation towards record keeping, electronic record keeping, and towards a more developed or basically transition from this conventional way of holding records to this, what SDCs or CSDs do currently. Now, this would basically impose a lot of pressure on CSDs currently, being also risk entities, risk management entities, to be able to embrace new digital era, new technology, and whilst at the same time maintain the balance of keeping an eye on all risk factors that they operate. Well, first of the challenges, and as you mentioned, Abdullah, they are challenges, they're not stoppers. So, well, sooner or later, and I remember Mr. Chairman of ACSD in his panel today, he did mention that there are almost 10 CSDs in the region who are starting to do this. We're starting to shift from their conventional CSD systems towards adapting to more, I would say, digital solutions and basically more fintech operated systems to perform their main responsibilities and tasks. And as we mentioned, there are challenges. Now, talking about challenges, it can be really obvious that one of the main challenges we would be facing as CSDs, well, in my opinion, is related to the cultural change fear. Now, in order for any institution to be able to adapt to this new digital era, basically change towards adopting more technological enhancements and I would say fintech solutions in providing their services, we need to first of all try to tackle this environmental cultural fear, starting from the working forces at the CSDs, first of all, because they need to understand, well, there has been a lot of talking about embracing the new technology and AI chatbots and everything. People tend to think that it's a way to replace the man force and move towards what we call like an AI robot system. And this is something that might as well become a major obstacle in front of people if you try to basically force this change. So in order for the institutions to be able to face this and embrace this new technological era that we're definitely going there, we have to start working from the basic knowledge awareness. So if we don't fear anything that is known, so you basically fear the unknown more than the known. I know that today there are many labels that and during this event also were discussed. Many labels, many I would say keywords related to technology, blockchain, DLT. They're all might be for some people vague words. They do not really know what do these words mean. They do not really know what are the pros and the cons. So understanding, first of all, the ability of these new technologies and understanding how to embrace it and understanding how to cultivate the new digital and technological solutions and basically transition this to your systems and your operations as CSDs is really crucial for people to understand, right from the leadership of the institutions and to the minimum levels. So I believe this is one of the challenges. One other major challenge we can talk about, and it's definitely known for almost everyone. Now, adapting new technologies, especially for CSDs who already run their own systems, would mean they have to transition to new systems, probably, to new solutions. And that would mean they would probably have to leave their legacy systems or deal with the legacy systems with whatever recording there is, conventional operations they used to run through these legacy systems. It comes with costs, of course, and costs can be also something considered challenging for CSDs. Although you could look at costs from both sides, it can be really a challenge, and yet it can be also an opportunity. So when you adopt new technology, when you transit to new initiatives related to fintech and technological solutions, of course it comes with benefits for the institutions because you get to work more efficiently. There's more interoperability. You can basically it's an alternative for the back office work that all CSDs perform through full automation processes. So it allows and provides for more efficiency in the operations CSDs perform. In addition to that, we need to always keep an eye, as my colleague just mentioned shortly in a while, we should keep an eye on the cybersecurity threats, the cyber threats, because cybersecurity becomes a very crucial thing when coming to adopting new technologies and new systems. There are many cyber risks that we need to be ready to face because, as I mentioned, CSDs are basically risk management entities. You don't want to end up basically embracing new technologies and executing new operations in a way that you cannot even understand what are the risks related to cyber attacks. So there are, of course, measures that you can do to tackle these cybersecurity issues. On the other hand, definitely, if you look at the opportunities, as I mentioned, efficiency and interoperability are things that we need always to keep an eye on. But of course, it has to come with awareness. It has to come with responsibility. It has to come with facing this cultural fear that comes from within the institution, of course.
Thank you, Sarah. I think our session comes to complement the previous sessions. I have seen our colleagues, Professor Guzhan also mentioned, the rest of the team from Tekas Bank. They've been talking about the innovation that that Tekas Bank and our colleagues here in Istanbul has. Going back also to our colleague, I don't know if I can spell her name correctly, Imelda from Indonesia. So she was talking about the proxy and e-voting back in 2020, and that was prioritized due to the COVID. So my question is to you, Jesse, if I may, what innovation should CSDs prioritize to stay competitive in the next 5 to 10 years?
Thank you, Abdullah. I think, and you stated very well, the period prior to COVID-19, most of the CSD and especially emerging markets were very profitable. Then things happen when the COVID happened. Immediately after that, the supply disruption by the Russia conflict, and the struggle has been there. So I think looking backward and looking what we need to do going to the future, there are quite a number of innovations that most CSD has to try and innovate and come up with solutions. And we need to look at what needs to happen for CSD to remain competitive in the next number of years. One of the three things that we think and I think that can happen, and I have only three, which I think need to take into consideration. That you lead lead a CSD to some innovation to make sure that they are competitive the next 5 years. One of them is what we call the cost management. A CSD must be innovative enough to ensure that all the solutions that you have are you able to contain the cost and try and make sure that you are not increasing the cost for yourself in terms of the innovations that you have. For example, in trying to innovate ourselves to be competitive in the digital world, most CSDs, they are upgrading their system and incorporating other modules in the system to allow the diverse customer base, both local and foreigners, to trade the market. But you see, these solutions, they are not coming cheap. All these innovations, they are not coming cheap. However, CSD need to get a way of trying to make sure that they contain and manage the cost. And some of these things, some of the solutions that we are trying to implement or we've seen that working is trying to look at when you are looking for systems and how to contain the cost of running those systems, there is this issue of trying to make sure that you eliminate the fixed cost going forward. Current fixed cost, and this has experience we have had in the market. Pre all this COVID and conflict, we had the annual maintenance cost as a fixed cost. And that time, the market was operating at high level of revenue. But come those two issues, the revenues went down by over 50%. So what happened? You have fixed cost that you have to continue meeting your obligations, but you didn't anticipate to have that. So the innovation that came into being is looking for revenue sharing models when you are getting these innovative solutions for your market, so that whenever the revenue is good, you are sharing the gain with your provider. But when the revenue is down, at least you are sharing your pain with your provider, because you are partners. Should not be one party taking all in both cases, but it should be a case of when the markets are good, all of you are happy. When the markets are low, all of you are unhappy. So these innovations, you must be able to contain this within some cost so that you remain competitive in the next number of years. The second item is the operational efficiency. Yes, we innovate to be efficient in our markets. Some of these operational efficiency in some of these markets, and especially coming from emerging markets, we have to make sure that whatever we are doing, we are taking care or we are looking at the needs in those markets. I know, for example, everyone is moving and have moved, for example, to T+0 and T+1 in terms of being efficient in our market. And that's a very good innovative way of doing things, or efficient way of. However, when you look at some of the emerging markets, some of these things may work to some extent and may not work to some extent. For example, it takes time for a foreign investor, to set instructions to this market. It takes a day or two. Then there will be, the transaction that will happen, and then the settlement. So within 2 days, that's when all this will happen. And then that day, the settlement happens. So if you move all your system to T+0, it means there will be a transaction failure, because some of these instructions are coming from other jurisdictions and taking a day or two. Yes, we talk of using SWIFT and all these other innovative way of doing things. But look at it, some of the infrastructure that some emerging markets have are not as efficient as they should be. And because, for example, in our Kenyan market, we have a SWIFT-enabled, settlement system. But when you tell the market participant to onboard SWIFT, they all say it's expensive unless the CSD pay for us. Yes, so we are trying to be innovative, but you look at the market participant, can they be able to afford what you are offering in this market? Now, that situation now take you back to remain within the T+3. But those two items can be taken care of whenever those markets are able to innovate and get into that. When the market pushes you to get that T+0 and T+1. However, the good thing in those markets and in our emerging market, we have able to develop way of a hybrid kind of a system where you'll be able to do the T+3, which is the market requirement, and you can also accelerate the trade to a T+0. So that is the kind of innovative way that you need to accommodate those markets as a hybrid innovation, so that you're able now to take care of both foreigners and the local market and be able to have a cost-effective way of innovation in the market. The other third item that for CSD to remain competitive the next number of years is revenue diversification. Quite a number of things that need to happen in some of these markets. And all of us, before the conflict and all that, we were relying on the transaction levies from the market. Depository levies, transaction levies, all related to the market. However, when there is a disruption in the market and the revenue is down, then you are left with your cost, but you don't have high revenues like you had before. So that push is you to now look into diversification of the revenue. And for the CSD to remain competitive, that is something we have to operate in our strategy. Things like commercialization of data, which is key. And most CSD, they hold a lot of data, but we don't know. You find in most market, the stock exchange is the one that, getting a lot of money in terms of commercialization of the data. But the CSD are lagging behind in trying to commercialize the data. But that's a very good revenue because most of the data, post-trade data, come from CSD. And most of the investors are waiting for those reports to make their future decision or tomorrow decision on those markets. So those are the kind of innovative way that we need to get into in terms of trying to get more revenue by innovating ways of earning more money from things like data commercialization and other things that you can be able to do to the market, including serving other industries in the market. For example, in our context, we have expanded our mandate to the credit union movement because these are own financial institutions, but they don't have proper registry. There is no robust way of transfer of shares from member to the other member. So we have tried to develop that for the market. And you find these guys, they didn't know they can be able to transfer their holdings from one person to the other easily because we have as CSD will be doing this for the capital market, but if we can be able to extend this our efficiency to other market, then that's more of a diversification and an innovative way of trying to remain competitive for the next number of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. I think today Mr. Bruce gave us a very good example of the efficiency and cost effective by giving the example of the settlement cost 42 years ago in Canada and today. So we're talking about it used to cost more than $1, and today you're talking about a few cents only. And by speaking of the cost effective and efficiency, I remember when I first joined the stock exchange when the contracts were like manual. So the first day they gave me the job description and I had just one duty to do, is just to stamp the contracts. So I went home, my mom asked me, what do you do? I told her I just stamp contracts. And she said, what does it mean? I don't know, I don't have no clue at all. So today the execution is happening without even us knowing what's going on behind the scenes. So my next question is really for you. Could tell us, could you share Kazakhstan's experience in facilitating these connections and the role of the KCSD in this process?
Thank you. So I will still first part of our panel discussion about bridging capital markets. And in Kazakhstan, we have quite unique experience in that field. We are not only provide access to the local capital markets for foreign investors, but also we provide access for local investors and not for our participants to the foreign securities market. We have accounts within the Euroclear and Clearstream and within the BNY and with several foreign CSDs, mostly in Central Asia region. And through these links, we, as a custodian, we provide access to the foreign securities market. We have around 90 participants, direct participants, and more than 90, yes. And more than 1/3 of them are foreign market institutions. Through us, they gain access, direct access, not only to the local capital market, but we also provide them opportunity to use our links in Euroclear and Clearstream and in BNY and other links to settle their transactions on the foreign markets. There are several reasons why we're doing that and why I'm telling that we have unique experience. Because I never faced with the experience when CSDs, except ICSDs, provide opportunity for foreign market institutions to settle their transactions on the foreign markets, not in the local CSD market. So the first reason why is Central Asia region. It is not tightly connected with the global capital markets. In the whole region, there is only one global custodian, which is a Citibank, and it is located, headquarters located in Kazakhstan, in Almaty. In Kazakhstan, we also have like 11 custodian banks, but they are not developed custody service because their core business is banking. And the custody service is something that they receive additionally. So they're not really investing on that area. And in KCSD, from the beginning of 2000s, we started to build our links with the international CSDs. So firstly, we open account within the Clearstream, then Euroclear, then BNY. And we providing access for the local participants which are not satisfied by the service of the local custodian banks to the foreign securities market. And we have quite low commission rates for several reasons. First, we are non-commercial institution. And second, we are the subsidiary of the Central Bank of Kazakhstan. And Central Bank of Kazakhstan is the biggest asset manager who managed like more than 100 US dollars assets of a sovereign oil fund and pension fund and gold currency assets. That is why global custodians and ICSDs, they provide us like a family rate, which is for National Bank Group. So it means that in our region, in Central Asian region, we have the lowest rates for safekeeping and for transactions in comparison with the local custodian banks. Other countries, they also don't have like in Central Asia, in our region, they also don't have many alternatives how to get a direct access to the settlements on the foreign markets, foreign securities market. That is why they're using our services. We provide our services not only foreign CSDs like CSD from Kyrgyzstan or from Armenia, but also we provide our services to their market intermediaries. The most important requirement that they need to have a license from their regulator to receive our services. These days we have like around 20 billion US dollars assets under the custody on the foreign securities market. So I'm not talking about the domestic assets. So 20 billion is only the foreign assets. Moreover, KCSD has actively collaborated with other CSDs within the various regional CSD associations. We are the member of 3 associations, which is AECSD, ACG, Asia Pacific Association, and also European Central Securities Depository Association. And lastly, Kazakhstan chairmanship of the World Forum of CSDs has further underscored our commitment to bridging different regions and fostering international collaboration. As we prepare to host the WFC in Almaty next year, we aim to continue driving dialogue on strengthening post-trade infrastructure and promoting cross-border financial integration.
I'm sure that the audience here would be keen to have the calendar booked for the upcoming WFC in Kazakhstan, hopefully. By speaking, going back to Amir, if I may, it's my personal point of view of having sort of hybrid kind of solutions when it comes to the new innovation for so many reasons, such as resistance from the customers. So again, I always go back to process codes, listen to your customers. So we would definitely have from the customers not to be forced to go for complete innovation, or let's say the hybrid for me at this stage is, again, as a kind of middle kind of solution. So my question to you, Amir, how can CSDs contribute to bridging the gap between traditional and digital assets markets?
I think this can play an important role in bridging or in reducing the gap between traditional and digital asset markets through several factors. One of them will be providing hybrid custody solutions. And interoperability and standardization also will be important. Providing regulatory guidance to both sides of the table is an important factor. Educate and create awareness for investors is another issue. Infrastructure development is one thing, and market liquidity and risk management aspects are the final ones. So if we talk about the hybrid custody solutions, CSDs can offer custody solutions for both traditional securities and digital assets. So in a way, they can provide services for both sides of the table, and the same client can be able to use the same platform. They can facilitate the issuance and custody of the tokenized securities. And this may allow the integration of digital assets into traditional frameworks. They can develop and promote standardized protocols for digital asset transactions. This can enhance interoperability between traditional and digital systems. CSDs can help market participants in understanding and complying with regulations surrounding the digital assets, helping to create a secure environment for these investors. By collaborating with regulators, CSDs can advocate for policies that support the integration of digital assets into existing regulatory frameworks. CSDs can also help providing resources or training for investors and market participants about the benefits and risks associated with digital assets. They can host events to discuss the convergence of traditional and digital markets that can foster understanding and encourage participation. They can invest in advanced technologies to facilitate the trading and settlement of assets alongside traditional securities. They can implement blockchain solutions for record keeping and transaction processing between to enhance efficiency and transparency. By acting as a bridge, the CSDs can enhance liquidity in the market by allowing easier transition between digital and traditional assets. CDS can establish platforms where both asset types can be traded, providing liquidity to both sides. They can also help to develop risk management frameworks that account for the unique risks associated with digital assets while maintaining traditional risk mitigation practices. Actually, by leveraging their existing expertise and using their existing infrastructure, CSDs can effectively bridge the gap between traditional and digital asset markets. This integration will not only enhance market efficiency, but also will open up new investment opportunities, ultimately benefiting investors and also market participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. I must admit my first AMEDA meeting was in Marrakesh in 2007, and I looked at the agenda. There was one of the items that our colleagues from Turkey group that they were there to present their newly platform called the e-board meeting and e-voting. So for me, I thought, so it shows how proactive are our colleagues in Turkey. I really congratulate you on that. So for me, it was different. I was saying, I like to attend the EGMs. I care about the buffet. I care what they present, and so. And then I realized, just going back in 2008, there was a e-meeting, or sorry, it was an AGM. An incident happened that we couldn't actually have the evidence of the incident that happened. So my next question is to you, Sarah, if I may. How can the use of AI enhance the operational efficiency and risk management at the CSDs?
Well, thank you, Abdullah, again. The use of AI can be, there are a wide options and wide area of initiatives that we can think of, and sometimes we cannot even think of. We have to learn from each other because it's a journey, it's a new journey of adaptation towards new technology and AI solutions. Now, AI-powered solutions can bring multiple advantages to CSDs. Of course, it might differ taking into consideration also the services each CSD provide, because we're all aware that looking at the investor services, investor-based services CSDs offer, they can differ from one CSD to another, especially when we're looking at the value-added services. But however, the basics are almost the same. What we can think of is, imagine if you can have AI predict your the risks related to the market participants, to the brokerage firms, to the market players, can predict risk. So basically, you will have a risk-based approach when looking at the collateral, because when managing your collateral base related to risks market participants can impose on settlement or on the CSD. This is something that can be cultivated with AI-powered solutions in a way that we as humans can basically sometimes not imagine. So I would think of predictive risk management based, and probably settlement and collateral management as well. One other aspect we could look at, or we could be looking at, would again be related to data analysis. So CSDs, they hold huge data, and each CSD has its own golden source of data and analysis. So also cultivating AI-powered solutions to basically perform better data analysis would also provide CSDs with enormous opportunities to be able to expand their services, their investor-based services, their market stakeholder services, towards providing data analysis and data, I would say, cultivation. Other aspects related also to AI would be also related to investor services. For example, you could have chatbots, you could have artificial guidance provided for investors to be able to just throw behind that hectic work, that hectic human work related to answering or addressing some investors' queries. Another aspect I would also think of related to AI-powered solutions would definitely be to go in harmonization and in compliance more to international standards, to regulatory, I would say, regulatory regimes or regulatory basically responsibilities, because this is something that CSDs have to keep always abiding by and in compliance with, and up to date with all regulatory compliance with international standards. For example, IOSCO, you have questionnaires, you have rating agencies. So imagine how AI can be cultivated in the use of, basically, it could save a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of man-force, a lot of also money for CSD institutions. So basically, the use of AI can be really wide and numerous, and it's up to us CSDs, by practice, to be able to explore whatever new opportunities we might have, and then share probably these practical stories, hopefully success stories, with each other. This is a new era, and we learn by practice. And I hope that we can see in the next coming years practice examples of CSDs basically using AI-powered systems or solutions, and monitor how that practice would go, and we can all benefit from this, because this is really can be really advantageous to CSDs.
Thank you, sir. By talking about the explore of technology, I also urge everyone who for the first time visit Istanbul, you really need to explore this lovely city. I come at least 2 to 3 times a year. We enjoy everywhere in this lovely city. So you must go and explore Taksim Square. You must go and see Galata Tower, and there are lots of areas that you will really enjoy. Don't forget tomorrow night's Bosphore cruise as well. And don't let Haruna's aggressiveness on traffic, because it's really worth it, even 2 hours to be in the traffic in order to reach to those areas. So I want to thank our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable perspective, and each of you for your active participation. Let's continue this conversation beyond today, as the future of the CSDs, and indeed the future of capital markets, will be shaped by the actions we take now. Thank you all.
Mr. Abdullah, your participation, but keep you on stage for a moment, as we will have some gifts to present to you. Mr. Abdullah, can we kindly ask you to present our speakers with gifts? Yes, would you mind? That would be lovely, thank you. And we'll take photos as you present your gifts. Thank you. And now let's welcome you, Miss Sarah Taraweh. Yes, we will have a group photo as well. So take a seat. Thank you. In the meantime, we'll ask you to take a seat so we can have a group photo at the end. And now let's welcome Mr. Emir Munir Sarpianar for your gift as well. Yep, for each of our speakers. Thank you. And now, Mr. Jesse Kagoma, can we ask you to come for your gift as well? Thank you. And now we kindly ask our CEO and board member of MKK AECSD Chairman, Dr. Ekrem Arıkan, on stage to present Mr. Abdullah Cafer with your gift. And now let's welcome you all for a group photo on stage. Kaç dakika diyelim? 15 dakika. Thank you all for your discussion. Thank you. Thank you. And now we'll have a 15-minute coffee break, and please join us again for our next panel discussion. Now we'll continue with our program. Up next, we have executive talks, what is next, new instruments and new services. This is the discussion area of discussion for our next panel. Now I'll begin by inviting our moderator onto stage, Ali İhsan Güngör, Executive Vice Chairman, Capital Markets, Board of Turkey, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Merkezi Kayıt Kuruluşu. Welcome. Sorry. And now I'll invite our speakers to join this panel. We have Jalil Tarif, Secretary General of the Union of Arab Securities Authorities, the United Arab Emirates. Welcome. And up next we have Dr. Önder Halisdemir, CEO and Board Member of Misyon Bank, Turkey. Our next guest is Denis Buryakov, member of the Executive Board, Senior Managing Director for Corporate Business, National Settlement Depository, Russia. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Ms. Elif Gönençer, Assistant Secretary General to Turkish Capital Markets Association, Turkey. Welcome. Enjoy our next panel discussion.
Good afternoon, our distinguished guests. I would like to thank you one more time for being here, joining us. Up to this time, we had comprehensive panels, speeches, and presentations. And I would like to express my sincere thanks for everyone who are here in the afternoon session. As it has been discussed in previous sessions, we are seeing a rapid development in new instruments and services that are transforming the operation of capital markets. In our panel, we will discuss about a wide range of topics, from regulatory challenges to the role of digital blockchain technologies in modern financial markets. Our panelists will share views on key areas such
Türk
as
kahvesi hanımefendi ne içersiniz diye
harmonization,
sordu. Türk kahvesi
the future
dedim
of
ama sonra
role
Türk
of-
kahvesi
the future role of
içmedim.
CSDs, the rise of tokenization, and the role of custodians in the new era. We will also discuss how countries, including Turkey, are adapting the new developments in digital assets and blockchain. The format of the session will include 2 rounds of questions and allowing each panelist 5 to 6 minutes per question. Now, I would like first briefly introduce our distinguished panelists. Mr. Jalil Tarif, Secretary General of Union of Arabian Securities Authorities from United Arab Emirates. Dr. Önder Halisdemir, CEO and Board Member of Misyon Bank, Turkey. Mr. Denis Buryakov, Senior Managing Director of Corporate Business, National Securities Depository of Russia. Ms. Elif Gönençer, Deputy General Manager, Capital Market Associations of Turkey, the self-regulatory organization of Turkey. First, I would like to start with the role of regulatory harmonization that will play in ensuring the success of cross-border investments and market integration. I would like to start with Mr. Jalil Tarif, and I would like him to elaborate on that issue a little bit, and how do the Union of Arab Securities Authorities contribute to aligning regulations across markets?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address this important gathering. In fact, when I got the invitation, I was thinking of attending this event seriously, but I have some other commitments in some other places. And it happened at the same time where we have this disturbance along the region due to the conflict. But I think I decided to come and share with you some thoughts, because I do believe that what you are doing as backbone of the capital market is really very important. I am really confident that having a solid clearing, settlement, depository system is really a backbone of any success for any capital market. So this is just my understanding of how these institutions are really very important. Going back to your question, in principle, I think harmonization, it's really a must for any success of any cross-border trading or investment. We have so many positive impact if we have a harmonized legal infrastructure and harmonized rules and regulation governing the capital market. It will enhance for sure the investor confidence, and it will enhance the protection of investor on one hand. It will affect the market, and it will affect the liquidity of the market, since the market can react easily with the harmonized regional infrastructure, and it will reduce the cost. Having harmonized regional infrastructure, it will definitely important to reduce the cost of trading. From our side as a federation, we are established in 2007. We have a member of 17 jurisdictions from 16 countries, including countries from the GCC countries, from North Africa, from the Middle East. And they represent the regulator from this region. So they put together a vehicle for cooperation. Our main objectives are to enhance cooperation among capital market authorities. The federation decided in an early stage that the way of cooperation is by introducing general guidelines for regulators with a minimum rules to be implemented as a guideline. This really because of the different type of regulators that the federation is really consists of. We have a very advanced regulators that they are very sophisticated, and we have a newly established regulators. In order to make sure that everyone will be on board, we decided not to put a compulsory rules that be implemented by our members, but to put a sort of a minimum standard whereby regulator can abide with. So in the past couple of years, we have introduced many guidelines related to disclosure, corporate governance, and many other topics, so that regulators can use these indicators to either enhance what they have or to introduce a new one. Recently, we have issued a couple of them, which many of the newly established regulators benefit from this. Having such type of mechanism for sure will help to enhance harmonization. I am not with the idea that to have a unified rules and regulation in the region, because we have so many factors that will really stand against this approach. So I think what we did for the last couple of years is really helping our members to cope with the requirements for developing their capital market.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tarif. As the digitalization evolves, everything is moving so fast, so harmonization, like international bodies like you, is very important for the markets. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Önder Halis Demir. And as the digital assets ecosystem evolves, the importance of the custodians will rise. We are aware of that. Could you please elaborate on the roles of the custodians in that area and they will role in the securitization of the digital assets and tokenization, please?
The future is arrived, and digital assets are becoming a part of our lives. From trade to everyday spending, this transformation is redefining financial advancements standards on a global scale. Tokenization assets signal of new version of asset class like ETFs. They make it easier for individual investors to access assets and that require high initial capital. As the investment world enters a new era, custody and proof of reserve services are also gaining prominence. With MiCAR regulation, many banks around the world are announcing tokenization efforts and pilot projects. JP Morgan Chase proceeds $300 billion in transaction through its Onyx blockchain platform, and the others also. On the other hand, while real-world assets are expected to grow by 7% annually, tokenized assets are projected to grow 60%. Northern Trust and HSBC predict that by 2030, 5 to 10% of all assets will be digitized. The immense potential of driving competition between countries and institutions. Every month we hear new announcements, projects, and regulatory changes from Switzerland, United Kingdom, Singapore, Dubai, and United States. As an example, Singapore's Project Guardian initiative, launched by the Monetary Authority of Singapore, lies tokenization. In the race of digital assets, the role of custodians is critical. From identifying the underlying asset to conducting AML and KYC process, monitoring and reporting assets, and performing proof of reserves, they take on responsibility at every step of tokenization process to safeguard investors and investments. On the other hand, private investment and custody institutions stand out when it comes to turning new developments into real use cases and bringing them to the life. While public institutions create a necessary environment with regulatory frameworks, private institutions adopt these regulations on the real world. As Mission Bank born in such a time, we have positioned digital assets and custodial banking among our core areas of operation. We developed the digital asset custody infrastructure with international standards within our technology subsidiary Mission Tech, in collaboration with Taurus Technology. Also preferred State Street with the R&D expertise of Turkey's most established university, İTÜ, and leading blockchain technology providers. We didn't limit ourselves to just custody services in digital asset ecosystem. In tokenization, which will reshape the future of finance, we developed the region's first platform in collaboration with the world's crypto giant Avalanche, where we can tokenize various assets classes such as bonds, real estate, commodities, and allowed by regulations. Our platform has the capacity to provide comprehensive services from custody of underlying assets and tokens to token creation, token sales, and the establishment of secondary markets. To sum up, we are at an important time when it is crucial for the countries in our region to take part in the race, build capacity, and bring their value to global investors. as digital assets are only just beginning to spread. The global ownership rates of digital assets show there is still a way to go and great potential for MENA, Africa, and Eurasia regions. At this point, all the custodian institutions from the countries present here today should also become service providers in the digital asset space. With the capacity and expertise we have carefully developed, our bank is ready to collaborate in this area. Since each country has its own regulation and market conditions, we have designed our model to ensure full compliance with the regulatory frameworks of countries and we collaborate with. This will make it possible to offer a wide range of assets in your country, such as gold, highways, bridges, mines, intellectual property rights to global investors without bearing to investment and development costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halis Demir. You have mentioned the importance of traditional custodians to cope with the new developments in the digital asset area. And it's important by looking at the regulatory point of view, because custodians are very important for the customer asset protection. And as being a regulator, we would like and we would be delightful if you make progresses in that area. As IESCO says, they say same risk, same regulation. And I would like to say same risks, and we would like same actors to participate in the market. Now, I would like to turn to Mr. Buryakov. Maybe he will share some of the experience that they are facing in Russia. And I would like to ask, what are some of the new services in the Russian market that the Moscow Exchange Group, or NST in particular, lead? How have you applied blockchain technology so far in your services?
Спасибо большое. I will speak in Russian, sorry. Я расскажу про собственный опыт и как это реализуется у нас в стране. Если посмотреть вообще на рынок, на то, как он сформирован и какой он был 10 лет назад и какой он сейчас, это совершенно два разных рынка. Какое-то время назад основными участниками на рынке были институциональные инвесторы, юридические лица, которые приходили на рынок для того, чтобы совершать операции в интересах собственных своих клиентов. Сейчас тенденция меняется, и на рынок приходят физические лица, то есть конечный инвестор, который приходит на фондовый, на финансовый рынок для того, чтобы получить какую-то ценность. И это требует принципиально нового предложения, принципиально новой ценности. И для того, чтобы это предоставить, нужно внедрять новые технологии. Я расскажу на примере, который мы реализовали. Мы организовали платформу, называется платформа «Финансовые услуги». На этой платформе «Финансовые услуги» физические лица могут прийти самостоятельно, не через профессионального участника, который работает на рынке ценных бумаг, банк или инвестиционная компания, а самостоятельно приходит, у него есть интерфейс. Если неотъемлемая часть любого сейчас продукта – это интерфейс, мобильное приложение или какие-то возможности такого рода. И может зайти, приобрести разные виды инструментов. Как классические, так и в этом году мы запустили ЦФА, цифровые финансовые активы. Сейчас коротко расскажу. И физическое лицо может прийти, идентифицироваться автоматически через систему, которая у нас существует, пройти идентификацию, не приезжая физически в банк, не приезжая физически в компанию, и пройти эту идентификацию и приобрести ценные бумаги или, например, открыть вклад, вложить деньги в ту или иную финансовую организацию через платформу единую. Но так как классический рынок на текущий момент не удовлетворяет полностью потребности инвесторов, которые хотят инвестировать деньги в рынок, а наша задача, мы ее перед собой видим, это увеличение капитализации рынка, я бы сказал, удвоение капитализации рынка. Для этого нужно как раз привлечение именно на фондовые ценные бумаги, на фондовый рынок именно инвестиций. На текущий момент у нас в России это в банках на вкладах деньги, которые не работают на фондовом рынке, это порядка 50 триллионов рублей. Это в долларовом эквиваленте где-то полтриллиона долларов, где-то так. Это лежат деньги, которые просто на вкладе в банке, банк оперирует этими деньгами, а хочется, чтобы люди именно приходили, инвестировали в инструменты финансового рынка. И одним из инструментов, который мы предлагаем на платформе, это цифровые финансовые активы. Это эмитенты выпускают цифровые финансовые активы, токены на что-то, что не является на классическом рынке каким-то предметом, недвижимость или золото, например, и через токенизацию таким образом. Соответственно, до того, как мы реализовали платформу, мы уже начали изучать технологию блокчейн, на самом деле технологию DLT, распределенного реестра. 5 лет назад мы делали пилотную сделку между крупным австрийским банком и крупнейшей российской телекоммуникационной компанией. Она прошла удачно, она была совершена в рамках законодательной песочницы с разрешения регулятора, и сделка прошла удачно. Но встал вопрос. Первое, конечно, это регулирование, как регулировать эту среду и как ее интегрировать и популяризировать, и какую экономику от этого получает индустрия. Что от этого? Быстрее работает, дешевле, расходов меньше, какой-то cost-cutting, или что мы от этого получаем. На тот момент, 5 лет назад, мы ответ на это не нашли. И всегда встает вопрос, сначала курица или яйцо, то есть инфраструктура формирует предложение на рынок, и рынок приходит к нам, или спрос формируется, приходит к инфраструктуре, и инфраструктура предлагает продукт какой-то. Вот это всегда достаточно сложный вопрос. И, конечно, вопрос компетенций. 5 лет назад уровень компетенций, экспертизы специалистов, которые работали в этой области, был сильно ниже. Сейчас уже сильно все продвинулось, и сейчас это делать легче. Сейчас время масштабировать, именно вот, как коллеги рассказывают, платформами, международными, едиными стандартами для того, чтобы уже сформировать в едином пространстве всех участников международных. И, конечно, одним из преимуществ инновационных технологий это и технологии блокчейн, DLT, это, конечно, трансграничные расчеты. Это новые возможности для того, чтобы уходить от классических способов взаимодействия уже в цифровые платформы.
Thank you, Mr. Burakov, for your explanations. It's exciting to hear the platform in Russia that you have mentioned, because you mentioned that the real persons, without a financial intermediary, they will deal with the platform directly. At the years of 2000, when I began this business, we were all talking about the disintermediation. How could it be? When will it be? And more than 20 years, now it's going more and more coming to in our days. And thanks for your information about the Russian developments in this perspective. Now I would like to turn to Turkey again. Ms. Elif Gönençer. As we know, there is a new law adopted for crypto assets and trading platforms in Turkey. And considering the cryptocurrency law in Turkey and the secondary regulations, what will be the role of the self-regulatory organization in law-making process, and in light of the development of digital assets and blockchain technology. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Alisa. First of all, after more than 20 years of working together with you at this Capital Markets Board of Turkey and after my transition to Turkish Capital Markets Association, I'm delightful that we still work together very close and we remain united with the same mission, deepening and developing our capital markets. So it's a great pleasure to be here with you and with the distinguished panelists and guests. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to the Central Securities Depository of Turkey, MKK, for providing us with such a great opportunity to come together on this esteemed platform. I'd like to take a moment to have a saying about my association. Maybe you don't know our association. Turkish Capital Markets Association, as you have already told Alisan, is both a professional organization established in 2001 under capital markets law and also self-regulatory authority in status public institution. So we have 255 members, and our members are banks, securities firms, portfolio management companies, and investment trusts. And after this cryptocurrency law, all the crowdfunding platforms and crypto asset service providers, which are custodians and platforms, will also be our members. So it's getting broader and broader. And our aim is, of course, to set rules, professional rules, and also impose them some disciplinary rules. We have our own sub-regulations, and we can enforce them if they don't allow. And we also make some international congresses like this, and make seminars and give educations for the market professionals and also for the investors to increase their financial literacy. And so coming to your question, I think the introduction of this crypto law in Turkey, which is enacted in July this year, is a very important milestone and a revolutionary step for Turkey. And as soon as we enacted, we removed from the gray list and all the credit rating agencies updated our grades, the scores of Turkey. And let me also give you highlight some of the key points of our regulation, which I consider it's very important, only a few ones. First of all, the term crypto assets is defined in our law as intangible assets that can be created and stored electronically using distributed ledger technologies or similar technologies and distributed via digital network, and it will represent value or right. So some of the countries describes it in another way, but we use it as intangible assets. And the most important part of the regulation also is the separation of the platforms from the custodians. So all the platforms have to have an agreement with the custodians for the safety of the clients, for investor protection. This is, I think, important. And also we will allow also capital market instruments tokenization. This will, I think, encourage innovation in financial products and increase the liquidity and also help to integrate the traditional financial markets with the crypto assets space. And maybe we will have hybrid financial products in the future. And also, thanks to our minister, treasury minister and finance minister, that there will be no tax. No taxes envisaged for the investors at the moment for their gains of this after this cryptocurrency transactions. And heavier penalties are envisaged for embezzlement crimes for the management of these platforms. And also NFTs and the game tokens are excluded from the listing requirements. So there are so many important key aspects of our regulations. So coming to your question, what is the TCMA's role? We have a unique position bringing together all the regulative parts of Turkey and the market participants. We already have established a working group with the crypto asset service providers. And we started our meetings with Capital Markets Board of Turkey, and Ali Ihsan is the leader. Thank you also for this collaboration. So I think CMB's collaboration with the industry is very important here because these regulations are now being developed with sector input. And we're trying to, of course, listen to what sector is thinking, what is the industry's needs and demands, what are the important parts in these technologies that we must not also hinder their operations because the speed is very important for them. If there are too much bureaucratic hurdle for them, then it's also not very good for them. So we must not also hinder the efficiency of the system. So to make a regulation is really difficult, especially in this system. So we're trying to, integrate this. We will play a role in communicating the regulators. And according to our regulator, of course, Capital Markets Board of Turkey is the sole authority for the regulation and the oversight of this ecosystem. But for the IT infrastructure, TÜBİTAK is responsible, which TÜBİTAK is the Scientific and Technological Research Council, and also Financial Crimes Investigation Board, which is MASAC in short form, will also be responsible from the money laundering issues. So we will also have some meetings with them. For example, with MASAC, we will have a workshop. Also, not only with the platforms, but with also the audit firms, because they will also be responsible from the audit, especially information system auditing. We also had recently a meeting with them. So we're taking all these views and try to merge it and try to submit it to the related regulators. So our aim is we're trying to ensure that the upcoming regulations can strike a balance between innovation and regulatory framework, and so that our framework will ensure transparency, investor protection, financial stability, and market integrity. And moreover, TCMB's role have an educational role also. So we will also try, for example, some webinars or some congresses only for cryptocurrency law, because these secondary regulations will be enacted until January 2025. So we have a little time left, a few months left. And after that, I think Turkey, we cannot stop Turkey. I think Turkey will have a very good, it already has a very good place in the crypto assets. According to the Crypto Spring report of Chain Analysis this year, for example, it reveals that Turkey ranks as the largest crypto asset in MENA Group and also 7th globally, and receiving $136.8 billion in value between July 23 and June 2024. So I think because of Turkey's strategic location, it's a bridge between Eurasia and Europe and Asia, and also because of this dynamic and youthful and tech-savvy population, it provides a unique privilege for us. And also fintech technologies, and this sector is also growing very fast. There are also young people there, and they're also very adaptive to the technologies. Our traditional financial system is already very much digitalized. So if we also mix with all these advantages with future-forward approach of regulation, I think no one can stop Turkey, and we will be as one of the pioneers in the global world. Thank you.
Thanks, Elif. You have said an important word. You used innovation and traditional regulators. There has to be balance between this. And when we talk about the digital assets, that's an important point. And the self-regulatory organizations are important. They are playing a key role between the market participants and the regulators. And thanks for your works in that manner. Now, I would like to come back to Mr. Tarif, and we would like to talk about the market integration and cross-border transactions. What are the regulatory challenges that you believe need to be addressed to facilitate market integration? And how regional regulators collaborate to overcome these challenges?
Yeah. In fact, there are many, when I look to what challenges that we have as regulators in terms of cross-border investment, I can't really figure out many of them. But I just want to focus on some of these challenges that I do believe it's very important. So I'm not going to talk about restriction on capital flow or capital control or taxation, because this is really can hinder any regional cross-border investment. So this is traditional, let's say, type of issues that really can affect any regional cooperation or cross-border investment. So this needs to be settled either bilaterally or regionally. But I want to shed some light on some other issues, in particular the divergence of legal framework among jurisdictions. This is very crucial, and because having a different type of legal infrastructure will affect any cross-border trading or transaction or investment. This will create what is called the regulatory arbitrage, where investors can move from one jurisdiction to another, seeking an easier way of either listing or trading or whatever. So to avoid regulatory arbitrage, I think we need to make sure that our legal infrastructure for any cross-border participants is really at least with a minimum standard, so that this will make it easier for investor to trade on a cross-border trading. I think we have also to talk about the disclosure and reporting. This is also very crucial. It should be really clear that we have also a sort of a minimum standard for disclosure and for reporting, whether to use the international financial reporting system or a local one. We need to put together a sort of an agreement or multilateral agreement to deal with how regulators will deal with the disclosure and reporting system. This is very, very important. Another area of concern when we talk about technology, we have the evolution of technology with the blockchain and all this development. This is a huge challenge, and regulator and the market participants should be aware of this. We have to make sure that we have at least a sort of cooperation in terms of the market infrastructure. A market infrastructure, talking about the clearing, settlement, depository, trading platform, all these needs to be in a way or another talking together. And there is so many solutions that we can think of it regionally, including seeing what other models that they have introduced, like European model, for example, or some other models in some other regions. So I think we can start thinking of how we can create some regional platform whereby facilitating cross-border investment, like, for example, CCP, for example, regional CCP, which might reduce the counterparty risk which investor might have in mind, because as an investor, it's very important that you make sure that your counterpart risk is really handled in a good hand. There are two other important areas where I think it's very important. One of them is really the development that we have seen recently on ESG and sustainability. I think this is not a luxury. It's become very, very crucial for any cross-border investment, because when any investors want to invest, they want to make sure that the jurisdiction is taking care of the sustainability issue and the environment issue and the ESG in general, because I think it became one of the issues that needs to be addressed. The other important point is related to building the capacity. We have to, as a regional vehicle, to put more effort on the issue of on the issue of building the capacity for regulators, for the market participants, and for investors. It's very important, and from our side as a federation, we have introduced for our members more than 150 programs that can be implemented and can be introduced for them to enhance their capacity in terms of issues related to regulation or market oversight and some other issue. The other important issue related to the vehicle for cooperation. I think we have, as a federation, introduced multilateral memorandum of understanding, which is similar to the IOSCO MMOU, whereby exchange of information among jurisdictions. I think many of our regional jurisdictions, they have already member of IOSCO, and we can really benefit from what IOSCO can provide for members in terms of exchange of information. Very, very, very important, because I think this will enhance the issue of cooperation among members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarif. In the first session, you have said that everybody doesn't have to have the same rules. So they have flexibility. And one valuable thing you mentioned, besides other things, you said that we should avoid the regulatory arbitrage, divergence of legal framework. It's also important, very important for the digital era, and you said that the structures also should cover this issue. Thank you for that. When we come back to the digital assets, I would like to turn to Mr. Halis Demir. What contributions can Turkey make to widespread adaptation of digital assets and tokenization throughout the region?
Thank you. Turkey's position in the region, which is with its connections 128 countries from Istanbul. Its highly developed human resource capacity in terms of quality and quantity. Its world standard financial institutions and the Istanbul Financial Center, which provides access to all global markets, makes it an important trade and finance hub for the region. Of course, such investments can be costly. I mixed up. Sorry about that. Our country's regionalization vision is not limited to financial institutions. Our membership in international arbitration and courts of justice provides a secure and transparent legal infrastructure for investors. On a regional scale, institutions and investors can access the financial world within the assurance that Turkey offers. All these advantages make Turkey an ideal hub for digital assets. Turkey is a base that will empower countries in the region in the digital and crypto asset race. Given all these factors, it's no surprise that we rank in the top 5 globally in crypto transaction volume. Aware of country's strengths, we have enhanced our capacity and completed our efforts to enable and the custodian banks and financial institutions in our region to provide digital asset services. Our goal is to create a hub where the assets of our country and neighboring nations can be securely stored, and to bring to regions access to global investors using blockchain-based technologies. We are moving forward with the goal of becoming an integration and business development center for digital assets Turkey. Of course, such investments can be costly for new participants. It takes at least a year to establish the technological infrastructure for custody and tokenization. It is a long and costly process. While all custodian and financial institutions in the global race are announcing new projects every day, there is no time to lose. At Mission, we are ready to provide digital asset services and the related technologies to you, with or ready to integrate tokenization and custody services. To institutions we collaborate with will not only attract foreign investments to the assets in their countries, but will also provide solutions for the safekeeping of assets. Our partners will be able to position themselves in the ever-growing tokenization market. The Mission business leaders at our board are ready to share all of our services with you, from tokenization to digital asset custody, and discuss collaboration opportunities. Also, they are waiting for you outside of this session. We have a stand over there, and our members will be ready to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alistemir. Mr. Buryakov, in the first session, you have given us important information about your country and the way you apply the platform to individual customers. Now, I would like to ask, what is the role of a CSD in a modern regulatory and business landscape? And also, how will you think the CSDs manage to keep their traditional role in financial markets in the future?
Сейчас не только Центральный депозитарий Российской Федерации, но и многие другие депозитарии акцентируют свое внимание не только на традиционной своей деятельности, core-деятельности, именно хранение ценных бумаг и расчеты, но и на комплементарных сервисах. И, конечно же, стараются внедрять эти новинки именно с помощью новых технологий. НРД, Центральный депозитарий России, является крупнейшим в стране, в СНГ и в Восточной Европе. Мы являемся центром для аккумулирования идей, запроса клиентов и проработки всех потребностей, которые есть на рынке. В первую очередь мы продолжаем инвестировать в DLT-технологии, разрабатывать платформы, которые помогали бы нам производить расчеты не только внутри страны, даже не столько внутри страны, сколько акцентироваться на трансграничных взаимоотношениях. Во-первых, это дает возможность более понятных процессов, дает возможность работать по единым правилам, которые могут быть не привязаны к локальному законодательству. Это определенная стандартизация, понятная для всех участников в рамках обмена в распределенном реестре. Но, конечно, сейчас на текущий момент есть несколько моментов, которые требуют дополнительной проработки. В первую очередь, для того, чтобы выстроить правильный трансграничный обмен, необходимо, конечно, взаимодействие между регуляторами тех стран, которые там участвуют, чтобы было взаимопонимание именно между регуляторами. У всех регуляторы разные, у кого-то национальные банки, у кого-то Министерство финансов, разные подходы, разные локальные законодательства. Нужно выходить из этой концентрации локальных законодательств и давать возможность между собой участниками для реализации бизнес-задач, давать такую инфраструктуру, которая позволила бы обмениваться в более понятной среде. Но для этого обязательно нужно, чтобы была поддержка регулятора, чтобы регулятор сказал: да, это правильное направление, мы с вами идем дальше, двигаемся. И чтобы взаимодействие это было сформулировано понятно и ясно для участников. Второй момент – это, конечно, надежность учетной инфраструктуры. Об этом уже говорили на предыдущей панели. Все-таки депозитарии, они дают возможность инвесторам чувствовать себя спокойно, комфортно за те активы, которые они хранят в депозитарии. Потому что это надежная, доверенная среда и возможность учитывать свои ценные бумаги без риска их потери. Новые технологии должны давать такой же комфорт, даже больший комфорт для того, чтобы инвесторы приходили и вкладывали свои деньги в новые инструменты через новые технологии. И, конечно, третий момент, который очень важный, это формирование компетенций. Для того, чтобы масштабировать любую технологию, необходимо выращивать эту компетенцию, нарабатывать навык. И чтобы он был сформирован, опять же, не локально в какой-то среде, а именно международный был навык. Например, наша ассоциация, АЦДЕ, Ассоциация центральных депозитариев Евразии, мы проводим регулярные семинары и делимся теми наработанными навыками, которые мы собрали, которые мы изучили и которыми мы готовы делиться с нашими коллегами по ассоциации. Вот это очень важно. И после этого, после этих шагов будет сформирована почва, когда можно двигаться вперед и масштабировать эту технологию. Я думаю так.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greg, for your perspective, for sharing your perspective with us. Now, when we come back to Elif and the self-regulatory perspective. As a self-regulatory organization, what do you foresee as the primary obstacles in regulating the new financial instruments?
Yes, Alisa. As a regulatory authority, self-regulatory authority, TCMA is proud that we have a wide range of financial instruments in our sector, in regulations and also in practice. We have the most traditional ones like mutual funds, pension funds, equities, bonds, warrants, EFTs and all these Islamic products, sukuk and lease certificate, but also to newer ones like sustainable bonds and green bonds, and also some very recently regulated fund, which is Project Real Estate Investment Fund, for instance. And we, first of all, we have to, because of the green transition, I would take this question as a broader, I mean, not limited to digital assets. We are in an age of digitalization, but also green transformation is very, very important. Every country has its own commitments. So we will, we have to diversify the financial channels for the SMEs. And banking credits is not enough for this. Capital markets will be an important financial help vehicle for them. So also it's included in the 12th development plan for our government, 2024-2028. Key policies were drafted there, and product diversity in financial sector, expanding the range of financial products, and broadening the investor base. And these key objectives were stated there, and also placing a strong emphasis in the development of the sustainable bonds or sustainable financial products, let's say. So CMB will also soon bring two new instruments there, social bonds and also sustainable linked bonds, which I found very important, these two vehicles. However, Turkey offers diverse options for the investors, for mitigating their risks and for managing their risks and achieving their financial goals. However, if you look at the investors' preferences, as of August 2024, almost 60% of the local residents' financial assets are composed of deposits, bank deposits. And equities represent only 13%, while all the domestic and foreign public and corporate bonds altogether combined represent 28%. So still, we can say that our financial system is bank-dominated. So as TCMA, we are trying to increase the financial literacy because the capital markets instruments are very much, in number, but they don't know about some of the instruments. Not every instrument is familiar with the investors. So our one of the role is to educate them. And we also, as an association, we have also some professional committees in our association. As I told earlier, we have so much different members groups. For example, portfolio management companies, banks, securities, they all have their own interests. So for each member groups, we have a professional committee. And every month, we come together and we discuss about the new issuances, new services, what are the difficulties that they concern. And if this is a common concern for the whole sector, then we're trying to find out some suggestions. If it's an amendment, if it's an amendment suggestion, then we also work on it to submit to the regulatory authority. And sometimes our capital market regulations cover a wide of instruments, but not all of them are actively implemented. For example, real estate certificates. This communique was published in 2017, but until then there was only one issuance. But at the moment, if you look at our economic conjuncture, we have high inflation and the credit loans are very much high. So it's a perfect time for also issue these real estate certificates. So with the CMB, we talked what can be the reason behind it? Is it because of the regulation itself, or is there any other reasons? So we found out that beside other things, awareness and promotion of this instrument among issuers and investors were not enough. So what we did was, in our social media, we always give for 1 or 2 months some contents about only to this instrument. Sometimes also there is a new issue coming to CMB, but it's not explicitly covered by any existing rules. But if it's a beneficial one, if it's good for everybody, then CMB should really be proactive to approve this issuance. For example, gold-backed warrants. Mint wanted to issue gold-backed warrants, which was also physically gold was given to the investors, warrant investors. So this was not explicitly covered by any current regulation, but they made an exception to the warrant communique, and which allowed this issuance. It worked quickly, and it was a very successful issuance and highly demanded. Why I'm saying that? Because sometimes regulators really must adapt a proactive solution for these kinds of things. These innovative products are very much important for us, I think. And so overly strictly regulated measures can really hinder innovation. So I want to emphasize once more that there must be a good balance between innovation and regulation. And I know that in the digital assets, this is completely a different area, I think. The cryptocurrency crypto assets environment is really different. The technology is, blockchain technology is different. Also, the crypto assets are sometimes highly manipulative and or speculative, and they're highly fluctuated, their prices, there are cyber attacks and security problems. So it's really hard to regulate this. It's really hard to protect the investors. And there's another obstacle here. Regulations are humble, but technology is hyperactive. So in the normal conventional regulations, we as regulators, we were always proactive. But in this ecosystem, I think it's hard to be proactive. So we have to come after the technology, but we must always update our regulation. We must also all the time update our regulation according to the development of the technology. And one last thing that I would like to mention is the international cooperation. Market participants, regulators, and technology providers can collaborate together in Turkey, but also international cooperations between regulators is also important. They have to also come together very periodically and to discuss about their own experiences. This is very important, I think. Maybe we cannot eliminate all the risks, but we can still mitigate them. Thank you.
Thanks, Elif. I took my notes about the regulatory points, and I put a quotation on word humble. Thanks. Now we came to the end of our panel. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their participation and all the member states who are being here with us. It's a privilege to host you. I hope you will enjoy Turkey and Istanbul. Thank you.
Now, or I'm using this one? Okay. Thank you very much once again to our panelists and the discussion. Can I keep you on stage now? Again, we will have a gift for you all. So if we can kindly ask Ali İhsan Güngör, the Executive Vice Chairman of Capital Markets Board to present the gifts for our speakers. So we have the first one coming up now for Mr. Jalil Tarif. Could you come and receive your gift kindly? Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll ask you to stay seated, Mr. Jalil Tarif. If you could stay seated, we will take a group photo afterwards. And now, can we welcome Dr. Önder Halisdemir to receive your gift? Thank you. And now we can invite Mr. Denis Buryakov to receive his gift. And now Miss Elif Gönençer, we'd like to present you with your gift. Thank you very much. And now once again, let's invite our CEO and board member of MKK and chairman of the AECSD to present Mr. Ali İhsan Güngör with his gift. Oops. Thank you once again to all participants, and if we could have you at centre stage for a group photo before you leave. So, door. Okay. Thank you once again to our panelists. Thank you for our speakers. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Ağzınıza sağlık. Really? Okay, and now, distinguished guests, we're nearing the end of our discussions for this venue. Up next, we have our closing remarks of AECSD and also the AMEDA Secretariat. First up, I would like to invite onto the stage for his closing remarks Arman Melkumyan, the Secretary General, the Association of Eurasian Central Securities Depositories. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So that was a very long day, very busy one, but I hope that was very interesting and you get a lot of insights from from our esteemed speakers, very well experienced and provided you with all this expertise. So this will be just closing remarks from us. Here, first of all, I would like to thank MKK, the host of this event, for gathering us in this beautiful city, Istanbul, and organizing this brilliant event. So let me also thank all the sponsors for supporting the association event, and also the esteemed guests of the summit for your interest to the AECSD and AMEDA and your contribution to the success of this event. Well, this summit is the celebration of 20th anniversary of the AECSD, of the Association of Eurasian CSDs. So in this regards, let me briefly go with you to in the journey to the history of our association. The foundation for the later establishment of the AECSD was laid in 2001 in the meeting in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, where there was the first opportunity and first meeting of for international seminar for our members, for our future members, where they first discussed the cooperation and potential cooperation and barriers for the CSD and the development of the CSD cooperation internationally. And so this was the first topic of the first seminar, and you see that we're still discussing the same topics here, but more broadly and with more organizations gathered here. So then the event started getting popular, and annually the event conducted next year in Kazakhstan, in Almaty, the next one in Baku, Azerbaijan, and there were attraction of more and more participants, not only from the CSD community, but also from the other market participants, regulators, and international organizations. And in 2004, there was a milestone in the history of the association when all the future members, they gathered in Moscow for the conference, where it was the inaugurational conference of the establishment of the association. And the main goal of this conference was to sign the resolution of the association, which was the first step to further development of their cooperation on the AECSD landscape. So now we are unites 16 central depositories from 15 countries in Eurasia region and beyond. And today the AECSD is a dynamically developing professional association that brings together a lot of market participants, the professional market participants, international organizations, etc. So we are contributing as association on the platform, providing, as many other associations, we're providing the platform for discussion, we're providing platform for the network with the international organizations, vendors, etc. And AECSD facilitates the expansion of the international agenda of the AECSD members in terms of, not only in terms of the CSD links regionally, but also in terms of their participation in international associations such as SWIFT and ISA. And along with the participation in international organization and implementation of the international standards, they also pay a lot of attention to the diversification of their business, and some of the number of AECSD members also invest in the research and development in modern technologies like DLT, blockchain, etc. And today we discussed a lot about the digitalization and DLT affects how it affects the CSD business and how we will survive as CSDs in the future. But I believe that we will. And so all spheres of interest of the AECSD members are becoming the topics of the discussion of different AECSD events, the online webinars, the task forces meetings, the annual seminars, and the conferences as we have now. But now we have the first ever summit of the AECSD, and jointly with AMEDA. So AECSD is constantly improving to increase its effectiveness and bring feasible results to its members. This year we finished the first phase of the reform of our resolution, so the main document of the association that was signed back in 2004, implementing new processes and procedures in terms of the leadership of the association and the host of the events and many other things. And we hope that this will increase the effectiveness of our work further. And this year we are honored with the new partnership and cooperation. So you all were witnessing the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between the AMEDA and AECSD, which confirmed the intention of the members of these associations to establish more close ties between our regions and enhance the cooperation between the CSDs members to contribute to our brighter future. So the AECSD remains a significant platform for its members to obtain international and regional expertise, and we always determined to the motto of our association, which is evolution through diversity, success through amity and cooperation. So I wish you all the great evening. And the next day. So thank you very much. And yeah, bye-bye. Not a boy.
And we'd like to invite Dr. Ekrem Arıkan to present Mr. Arman, let me find your name again, Mr. Arman Melkumyan. You have a lovely surname, that's why I couldn't think of it. Thank you. Teşekkürler. Yes, you can. Thank you so much. So once again, thank you to Mr. Arman Melkumyan for his closing remarks. And now for our next closing remarks, I'd like to invite Mr. Riham Keder, the Secretary General of Africa and Middle East Depositories Association. Oh, Miss Riham. Sorry, I said Mr.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. I know you are all eager to go to the gala dinner, so I won't be long. I'm truly delighted to be part of this extraordinary summit and on building the future of Eurasian, Africa and Middle East capital markets and the role of central securities depositories. I would like to express my gratitude for the remarkable event management in Turkey and extend my deepest thanks to the CEO and board member of MKK, Chairman of AECSD, Dr. Arıkan, as well as his exceptional organizing team of MKK for their crucial role in hosting this significant event that brings together the associations of AECSD and AMEDA. It is a delight to see the participation of authorities focused on sustainable developments in the Eurasian, Africa, and Middle East regions, along with leaders and professionals in central depositories, custodians, technology companies, coming together to discuss a future of capital markets. The summit represents a strategic milestone in fostering regional cooperation and exploring opportunities in different markets. The discussion sessions have been invaluable, focusing on key topics that support market developments and the role of central securities depositories in digital age. The sessions have successfully outlined a perfectly constructed roadmap for policymakers to achieve market integration, share experiences, and adopt international best practices while keeping up with the latest standards and trends. All my gratitude to MKK for such a beautiful gathering, allowing us to reunite with our mentors and sharing our experiences with the young people attending the summit. Ultimately, I hope that such events like this will continue to take place in our future, fostering collaboration and innovation in all capital markets. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to keep you on stage to present you with your gift. And to do that, I would like to once again invite CEO and board member of MKK, AECSD Chairman and AMEDA board member, Dr. Ekrem Arıkan.
Dr. Arıkan for being a board member in AMEDA as well, starting from yesterday.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, thank you so much for joining us on this day of the summit. It's been a lovely program. I hope you've all enjoyed yourselves and had something lovely to eat and drink. So a little bit of work and a little bit of play. And the next one will be due tomorrow. Let's hope that's also a very successful and fruitful one. But for the time being, we're happy to allow you to enjoy your free time before we head over to the gala dinner. And the AECSD and AMEDA award ceremony, which will be held at the Cemile Sultan Koru, which is also in the same suburb of Üsküdar. So please enjoy your free time, and I hope to see you at the gala dinner.